Okay, hi everyone. We will be starting our next session, which is on disability history and culture, and it's being presented by Miss Lillian Dejean. We could give about a couple more minutes before I turn it over to Lillian. If there's anyone that's in the attendees section of Zoom and you need to access the interpreter, please raise your hand or type in the chat and we'll move you over to the panelist section. So we'll go ahead and get started with this session. I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Lillian Dejean, who is a young self-advocate, very accomplished already. At her young age, she just graduated from high school this year, and so and she plans to go to college in the fall. She is currently interning in our office, in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. She is a prior winner of the Governor's Outstanding Leadership in Disabilities in the Youth Award. And she is also a current member of the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. She is the youngest person ever appointed to the DD Council in our state. And I believe she was 16 when she was appointed. And so without further ado, I know that you will have enjoyed this session immensely, and I'm glad to present Lillian Dejean.
Thanks for the kind introduction, Miss Sandy. I mean, I don't know how to follow up from that. So hi, everyone. My name is Lillian Dejean, and I'm a self-advocate from Lafayette, Louisiana. During my session today, like Ms. Bambi mentioned, we'll be discussing disability history and culture and its importance in our community today. First, though, I want to go over the objectives for today. And it seems like my screen share is not wanting to work. So that's excellent.
Lillian, is it moving on your screen, but not on? Maybe. Would you want to email it to me and maybe I could share it?
Is there any way you can manually stop my screen share? Because it seems like my computer.
Okay. Yes, I can. Oh, wait, let me see. Okay. Maybe it was, okay. Is that good? Can you move it now?
I can. Have you stopped my screen share?
Let me see. It's probably my technical issues. I apologize, people, for listening. Let me see. So I stopped your screen share and I'm stopping my screen share. Okay, so now try again.
Okay. Round two. Thank you everyone for your patience. All right, cool. Can y'all see this?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, rocking and rolling again. Thanks, Ms. Bambi. So first I want to go over some objectives for today's session. So I want you to take away from our time together, begin reshaping and rethinking disability as a natural phenomenon. 2, increase our awareness of the disability community's unique history, because I don't think a lot of people know that we have an incredibly rich history. And 3, recognize that the disability community has its own culture. And 4, recognize that empowerment of individuals in the disability community comes from an awareness and pride in their unique history, culture, and identity. Throughout the presentation, I will be providing you with what I'm calling a moment to stop and think. I want you to take the time to really consider the question that is presented and maybe take some notes on your thoughts, or even better, put them in the chat box. I would love to see your responses. We'll have about 10 minutes at the end dedicated to questions and answers, and my hope is that this will give us ideas to discuss. So let's get started. We know that disability is pervasive across society. It does not discriminate against race, gender, sexuality, socioeconomic status, religion, or any other category that we can create. Disability is not a good or a bad thing, it just is. It's a part of human existence across the globe. And of course, there can be a secondary aspect of disability, like physical pain, atrophy, immobility, or disorientation. These are often considered negative consequences of disability, and with the current discussion, I'm not suggesting that we minimize these experiences. I do, however, think, though, that by recognizing disability as a natural yet valuable part of human existence, we can slowly begin to shift the perspective of mainstream society. Through researching the topics of disability history and culture, I've discovered that the respect, inclusion, and success of individuals with disabilities is directly related to how society views the condition of being disabled. For example, many North American indigenous tribes did not have a word for disability in their language. As a result, tribes viewed individuals as possessing unique gifts and talents, and these were their specific contributions to the community that no one else could offer. This is a real-life example of how disability, being a neutral concept and viewed as a natural phenomenon, can benefit an entire community. Before we dive any deeper into our history, though, I want to share a couple personal experiences. By doing so, I hope you'll see that I'm weaving a thread through our shared experiences in the present to the events of the past. My disability is incredibly fluid and unstable. There are days I require the use of a wheelchair, and some days I walk. Some days I have my vents on, like today, and some days I don't. There's some days where I can't have a conversation with a friend, but some days I can attend professional meetings and actively participate. My ability level varies by the day, really. What this means is that I know what it's like to walk through this world and be treated as if I were able-bodied, because on some days I pass, but on other days I walk through this world visibly disabled, and these two experiences are drastically different. This brings a lot of confusion into my interpersonal relationships, because when the look or presentation of my disability changes, people get confused and don't know how to interact with me. If I show up one day with no equipment, I'm asked about how my college planning is going, how my job is going, what are my plans for the week. If I show up with equipment, the conversation steers to how I'm feeling. Ironically enough, other people's perception of my disability and abilities are often more times of a hindrance than my actual disability. If a building was 100% accessible, my wheelchair ceases to be an issue. The problem with my disability often lies within other people and their perceptions and biases, and not my body. In my personal examples, you may have noticed 1, assumptions of ability, 2, assumptions of disability, 3, how these assumptions guide others' interactions with me, and 4, how these form expectations of me from other people. I share these experiences because I think they're common within our community. When we explore the events of the past, I think you will notice shared connections and experiences between what we're experiencing today and what our ancestors experienced in the past. I want to provide you with an outline of a few specific moments in our disability history. The events we talk about today will be discussed in chronological order, and there may be some words used that today are no longer considered appropriate. In no way do I support using these terms, but when discussing historical events, it serves to illuminate the plight of our community and the progress that we've made. All these events speak to a larger story and a larger theme, and I want you to begin thinking about the key concepts that tie everything together. So let's start during the Civil War. The Invalid Corps were a military reserve organization created by the Union for partially disabled veterans to perform light duties. It was unexpected that they would ever see battle again, but fate held a different plan. Here's an excerpt from a book entitled A Disability History of the United States by Kim Nielsen, which describes this event. Charles Johnson, whose wartime injuries left him disabled, led the Invalid Corps troops into major combat with Confederate forces in June 1864. In the midst of the battle, Colonel Johnson's commander sought reassurance from Johnson that his men would not retreat. He asked Johnson via messenger, "Will your invalids stand?" "Tell the general," Johnson replied with deadpan humor, "that my men are cripples and they cannot run." These troops' successes delighted Johnson, especially as their success ran counter to the stereotypes about disability. And I know for me at least, it's comforting to know that people with disabilities have shared the same sarcastic sense of humor for literally hundreds of years. Further, it's important to note that these soldiers were successful because they were put in a situation with high expectations, and they were utilized in a capacity because of their ability, and not discounted because of their disability. Their leader believed in their skills, and they succeeded in a tremendous way. Aren't these the opportunities that we still advocate for today? In the United States, from 1867 to 1974, federal law stated, quote, "Any person who is diseased, maimed, or deformed in any way as to be unsightly or disgusting objects to expose him or herself to public view." It was essentially illegal for visibly disabled people to show themselves in public. Exceptions were made only if these people were used as an example to the public and reason for further segregation. This legislation was deemed the ugly laws. It was, again, illegal for visibly disabled people to be seen in public. And we can still see that there is stigma in being visibly disabled today. Obviously, we're not being arrested for it, but who hasn't felt the stigma of going out in public in a wheelchair or with a vent? I mean, sometimes I just want to go to Costco with my cannula and not have everyone freak out that a real life disabled person has walked into the room. I could fill this whole session with unwarranted comments from strangers, and I'm sure we could all spend hours talking about the stories of being visibly disabled. On the flip side, though, people with invisible disabilities face stigma for not being disabled enough. I've heard countless stories of my chronically ill friends parking in a disabled parking spot and receiving nasty notes on their windshield, or being confronted face to face by strangers about faking. Isn't it incredible how you can trace themes of stigma throughout hundreds of years of history? So now we're moving on to the 1960s and 70s and diving into the independent living movement. It started with a group of students with disabilities, led by Ed Roberts on the UC Berkeley campus. They began the independent living movement from a desire to have greater access and freedom as adults living a self-determined life. In 1972, the student group moved from campus into the community and founded the first independent living center in the country. The website for the Vermont Center for Independent Living says, the independent living movement and disability rights movement that grew out of this was unique in two critical ways. First, people with disabilities were in charge of their own advocacy organization. They moved away from the charity-based model that dominated many existing disability organizations. Second, people with various types of disabilities began to join together in their advocacy efforts. What we can learn from this movement is that by respecting individuals' rights to direct their own lives, we create an authentic and inclusive community, not one that is fabricated by what others think is best, or stripped of independence, risk, and natural consequence. We should also keep in mind that working in silos doesn't help to push our movement forward. The silo comparison can apply to agencies that serve the disability community, disability-specific groups, and parent-professional self-advocate collaborations. Cross-disability advocacy, as we can see in our examples, have proven to be timeless and highly effective. Keep in mind, the independent living movement happened in the early to mid-70s. On the tail end of the student-led movement came the legislation and advocacy that would continue to build on their momentum. So what was that legislation that I just mentioned? In 1973, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act was developed by Congress to protect the rights of people with disabilities in any program receiving federal funds. Despite being developed and written, 4 years passed without it being signed into law. So, in the words of the press of the time, a small army of the handicapped moved into the health, education, and welfare buildings across the country on April 5th to pressure Hugh Secretary Joseph Califano into finally signing 504. The sit-ins weren't easy for the protesters by any stretch. The longest sit-in lasted 28 days. But the momentum of cross-disability advocacy was still going. Let's take a moment to consider, though, the physical needs of the various disabilities. The para and quadriplegics needed personal assistance to turn them so they didn't get bed sores. Some people went without backup ventilators or catheters. These people had to rig a fridge out of a cardboard box duct taped to an air conditioner to keep their medications cold. I also don't want us to overlook the contributions of the non-disabled advocacy groups either. The Black Panthers provided hot meals. Women's rights groups and LGBT rights groups also lended help. And this help was absolutely critical to the success of the sit-ins. It demonstrated the understanding that disability doesn't discriminate and that everyone deserves equality and respect. It's about building a better community for everyone. And they succeeded. On April 28, 1977, Section 504 was signed. Judith Hooven explained, through the sit-in, we turned ourselves from being oppressed individuals into being empowered people. We demonstrated to the entire nation that disabled people can take control over their own lives and take leadership in the struggle for equality. There's actually a documentary on Netflix that outlines what happened before the 504 sit-in, how the 504 sit-in played out, and what happened as a result by interviewing key players in this protest. It's called Crook Camp, and I strongly encourage you to check out the trailer and the movie whenever you have the time. It's an incredible documentary that demonstrates everything that we're discussing today. They went to a camp called Camp Jened, and it provided people with individuals an accepting environment where disability was natural and normalized. And this experience empowered them to later go on and literally change the course of disability history. This is how normalization of disability turns into extraordinary empowerment. Another vital piece of legislation is the American with Disabilities Act, which we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of with this conference. While the Rehab Act only protected people with disabilities from discrimination in public arenas, the ADA covers both the private and public sectors. It gives broad protection from discrimination across the board. And I think that's something definitely worth celebrating. One of the most notable moments in disability history was the Capitol Crawl. It was one of the major catalysts for the ADA being passed into law after being stalled in Congress for 2 years. And what's striking to me is the Rehab Act got stalled for 4 years and the ADA got stalled for 2 years. That's just nuts to me. Back to the Capitol Crawl, according to the ADA Legacy section of the state of Minnesota's government website, this protest was intended to openly illustrate the struggles that people in the disability communities faced and spurred Congress to pass the ADA. About 1,000 other protesters watched as members of ADAPT threw themselves out of their chairs and began to crawl up the step of DC's West Capitol entrance. Together, the March and Crawl comprised one of the largest disability-driven direct actions to date. A lot of people thought this protest to be undignified, but it was a raw and emotional representation of what people with disabilities have to face on a day-to-day basis. And it worked. Congress noticed. I do think it'd be kind of hard for Congress not to notice a bunch of people with disabilities throwing themselves out of their chairs, but that's me. And the ADA was finally passed on July 26 of 1990. These are historical examples of people with disabilities against all odds, fighting for the ability to create a self-determined future. I don't want to give the impression that these are the only notable moments in disability history. I want to encourage you to do your own research and learn about the events and leaders of our past. Because like I said earlier, our history is so incredibly rich. So here's a moment to stop and think. Let's take a moment to reflect on our current advocacy efforts. Are we seeing similar trends today that connect what we're fighting for now to all of these key points in our history? I'm going to give us about a minute and a half to think about this. And please put your answers in the chat. I'd love to see them. So here we go, a moment to stop and think. So that was our minute and a half. I hope you didn't mind my Darth Vader noises in the background. So welcome back. So now we're moving along to the culture portion of this presentation. Our history serves as a foundation for our current cultural identity. I'll use Louisiana as an example. Louisianians are proud people. We love our food, our music, our faith. There are things in our history that are moments of pride and moments of shame. We have to know our history, the good and the bad, to fully understand where we are and where we want to be. The same goes for our disability community. When asked what disability culture is, my friend Will Watkins from Oklahoma describes it perfectly. He says that disability culture is a unifying sense of both identity and pride. We have our own history, language, community. Why not be proud of where we came from while we attempt to join the world? Think about it. At its core, it's a celebration of the uniqueness of disability. It's taking pride in who you are, who your children are, and with disability, not despite disability. The spirit of the disability community over and over has consistently thrived in settings made to dampen it. Louisiana was home to one of the nation's only institution for Hansen's disease, formerly known as leprosy. Despite being totally isolated from general society, the people there created their own sense of community by forming a baseball team, a newspaper, which is still in print today actually, and even a Mardi Gras crew, like you can see on the screen. Think back to the success of the Hugh sit-ins. Individuals with all types of disabilities thrived in a setting where they would normally suffer and decline. Instead, they achieved landmark success. Let's take another moment to stop and think. Consider some examples of positive community spirit, examples of how you have seen our community overcome these narratives of oppression. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts about this because building community starts with the sharing of ideas. So someone on YouTube commented that it seems that we keep going backwards in the disability world. She says, I think the strides for inclusion and education we made in the early 2000s, and now in the 20s, we're going back to seclusion again. And I think that's a really important perspective to consider and discuss because it feels like we're constantly fighting against something in the disability world. And I think this comment really speaks to what we're going to be discussing really soon. So I'm excited about that. So thank you for your comment. I appreciate it. And on that note, let's take a moment to step back and recognize, despite the positive communities formed, examples of segregation, isolation, and forced helplessness have defined the way that mainstream society interacts with individuals with disabilities. Going back to our victors in the Invalid Corps, they were forced to wear their own distinct uniforms, visibly separating them from the rest of the military. In a final report, Captain J.W. DeForest, the last commander of the Corps, wrote these observations about the uniforms. The uniform was becoming, but has never been popular. The men did not like to be distinguished from their comrades of active service by a particular costume. They wanted to keep their dark blue blouse and dress coat in which they had learned their profession and received their honorable disabilities. Just think to the ugly laws that we discussed earlier. These were yet another embodiment of segregation, and like that really well put comment on YouTube, these themes are still present today. And I think that's something that we need to discuss because we can't fix it if we're not addressing it and talking about it. Our history is absolutely rampant with themes of imposed isolation and helplessness because disability is considered abnormal, undesirable, and at the very best, uncomfortable. But now I want to talk about how we can start to shift this narrative. By teaching our disability history and fostering our own disability culture here today, we are learning about where we've been, appreciating our uniqueness, and recognizing those changes that still need to be made. In order to advocate today, we need to have a measure of where we've been and where we want to go, and also the tools that worked in the past. We're creating a reflection of the world that we want to live in by creating our own culture. And that's a world without that imposed isolation or helplessness. We must ask ourselves, if we need to take measure, who has the measuring stick? How do we own our future and set expectations if we don't even know where we're coming from? Stephen E. Brown says, "For years, we have discussed integration like it was our business to fit in with mainstream society. As we become more aware of our own unique gifts, some of us have also become more convinced that this is a backwards perspective. It's absolutely not our job to fit into mainstream society. Rather, it's our destiny to demonstrate to society that it is to their benefit to figure out that we come attached to our wheelchairs, our ventilators, our canes, our hearing aids, etc. And to receive the benefit of our knowledge and experience, mainstream society needs to figure out not how we fit in, but how we can be of benefit exactly the way we are. If we want to successfully shift the way society thinks about disability, the first step is through a broad increase of self-determination and empowerment throughout our community. Because if you don't believe you have something worth saying, chances are you're not going to share it. By giving people with disabilities the tools to determine their own life, our lives, we are by extension empowering them to speak up about the world they want to see. We often think of empowerment as an endpoint or a destination, but it's more like something we have to constantly work on, a process without an endpoint like happiness. We must understand that empowerment is not a give and take event, but rather a fluid experience, because power itself only exists within the context of human relationships. What I mean by this is that empowering one group, that does not have to mean that you're disempowering another. By calling for empowerment of people with disabilities, it's not a demand for the disempowerment of others, like parents or professionals. We are simply calling for an increased collaboration among everyone in the community. But we can't have full collaboration without full participation. And if we want to claim full participation, we need more self-advocates at the table. I know it sometimes feels like our community is up against the world, fighting tooth and nail for basic human necessities and basic human respects. I mean, we've all felt it and we've all seen it. Long term, we're looking at system change for every system we're involved in. Looking at our history, though, our rich disability history, we will see that every major breakthrough did not have just one catalyst. There were hundreds of people behind every system changed and every law passed. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. We must do this together. We cannot brave this alone. And even if this weren't the case, why would we want to if we don't have to? James Charlton, author of Nothing About Us Without Us, and by the way, this is an excellent book to check out. It is full of great theory about disability. He argues that any specific increase and significant increase in self-determination experienced by people with disabilities can be traced back to one of four factors. One, grassroots activism. In Louisiana, I think we can check this one off the list. We have an incredibly strong grassroots advocacy network, and our community organizations are also interconnected with these networks. Two, common experiences of oppression. I think we can also check this one off the list if we are a parent of or an individual with a disability. Three, empowerment. We can't wait for mainstream society to empower us. The world is caught up in so many things right now, and encouraging empowerment for the disabled is definitely not one of them. Rather, we have to be the ones to pass the stories of the people who came before us to the people who are coming after us. And by extension, we are empowering one another. We have to be the ones to empower one another. Four, culture and identity. Like we've discussed, in this community, we are constantly fighting for something. But tell me, how often do we celebrate the battles that we have won? Would love to see our community be able to step back from the fight for maybe half an hour to just celebrate. Look back and say, we have come so far. I am proud to be a part of this community because we have started to build the world that we want to see. We have a long way to go, but we have come so far. Our history and our culture is something that I believe we should take deep pride in. And this month is Disability Pride Month. So as you look forward to the rest of this conference and the rest of this month, keep our history and our culture in mind and the lasting impacts it's still having on our community today. I want to close with a quote from Cheryl Murray Wade. She says, "Disability culture. Say what? Aren't disabled people just isolated victims of nature or circumstance? Yes and no. True, we are far too often isolated, locked away in pits, closets, and institutions everywhere. But there is a growing consciousness among us, because there is always an underground. Notes get passed among survivors, and the notes that we are passing these days says, there is power in difference. Power, pass the word. Culture, it's about passing the word. And disability culture is passing the word that there is a new definition of disability, and it includes power. I want to thank you for spending this time with me today. My hope is that you walk away with a greater understanding of our rich history and our rich culture, and with the knowledge that we share this history, you and I. Although I hope you walk away knowing that you too can pass the word that there is power in difference. Thank you. So now I want to open it up for questions, if anyone has any. I'd love to have some discussions. Let's see if I can stop the screen share. Hello, now I can see y'all.
Lillian, this is Bambi. Lynette Fontenot, who is the chairperson of the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs, says, incredible presentation. You're an inspiration to people with disabilities. And that is that is quite a compliment coming from someone like Lynette, who is an inspiration to so many people. So just want to share that with you and everyone.
I really appreciate that, Lynette, especially coming from you. I'm really honored to have that compliment. I hope we can work together some more in the future. Liz Gary, I see in the chat, says when we work together, collaborating as advocates, organizations, agencies, etc., success can be achieved. And I think that's a really important conversation to discuss, because I mean, like we talked about earlier, we're so often working in silos. Like our disability organizations are functioning on their own. Professionals may be advocating without self-advocates and parents. And I think working together is the way to get through and get the most done, because everyone has such a different perspective, but every perspective is so valuable and lends to the bigger picture.
We also have comment from Nicole Flores. Thank you for sharing the incredible presentation information. I loved hearing about culture and history and how we made it to where we are and how we can keep making a difference moving forward. And Dr. Hyacinth McKee, who is our colleague on the DD Council, says empowerment, advocacy, and transformation are themes of SUNO, School of Social Work, which is Southern University in New Orleans. And thank you for including that in the discussion as we move forward.
Oh, that's a great point. Thank you, Ms. Hyacinth. And I think having these discussions of culture and history is just so important. I mean, even just speaking as a person with a disability, it's hard to find role models kind of in the mainstream media because there's no one that looks like you. And so being able to look back at our history to previous self-advocates is so inspiring, because it's people like you making a difference for people like you. And that's one of the most magical things I think a person with a disability can see.
A lot of people liked your empowerment, advocacy, and transformation theme.
I see your comment, Ms. Hyacinth, about, she says, thank you for your leadership and passion to educate others on our history. It's important that we know our history so we do not repeat the inequities from the past. She hit the nail on the head. She said it better than I ever could. Ms. Hyacinth has a knack for that. She's got away with words, I'm telling you. But she's exactly right. I mean, we can definitely learn from everything that happened in the past. I mean, people with disabilities worked so hard for so long. I mean, it took, what, 4 years for the Rehabilitation Act to be passed after it was written? You know, it's holding our legislators accountable and being that voice and saying, hey, we need rights now, not later, but now. And I think that's what ADAPT was saying when they crawled up the steps of the Capitol. I mean, if you think about it, who can ignore that? Like, what legislator can ignore a bunch of people with disabilities crawling up the steps? I mean, that's so powerful.
Lillian Clarice Gagos, who founded Clubhouse in, I think I'm saying the right name, in Lafayette. She said she's excited about this part, and mental illness for adults 18 years and older so often gets lost. Just want your thoughts on that.
Definitely. I think that's, I mean, even sitting on the DD Council, we've gotten a lot of input about the lack of mental health services. And that's a crisis in our community right now, where we don't have enough mental health services, especially for people with disabilities, despite the fact that there are people with disabilities who have mental health needs. And that's definitely a conversation that we need to start having some more. So I think that's a really great point. Thank you for sharing.
Lillian, we have a few moments left, and You're talking about, people, crawling up the steps of the Capitol. And you and I took a trip to the Capitol a few years ago to DC. It was a very interesting trip. So I don't know if you want to share about that experience, about how, advocacy impacted you in doing that trip, or.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild trip, I'm sure, as Miss Bambi can also tell you. So in 2017, as I'm sure most of you remembered, the federal government tried to do a repeal and replacement of Medicaid. And my family and I rely on now waiver services for a lot of my health care. And so Trach Mamas of Louisiana had a wild idea of renting a bus for a week, getting a bunch of people with disabilities on it, and heading to DC for 24 hours straight in a bus to go and speak with Senator Cassidy, who was the last holdout vote. CNN came along with us. They caught wind of the trip. So did Time Magazine. We were featured on national platforms, and it was the most life-changing trip because we boarded the bus as strangers. And then we got on this bus and spent 25 consecutive hours with each other, which is more than enough to get to know anyone. And at first it sounds like, I'm sure you're thinking, Lillian, why would you get on a bus with a bunch of strangers? Like, that's insane. That's because it was insane. But it was the most magical experience to be among such powerful advocates who would do anything just to keep our services. And so we didn't end up meeting with Senator Cassidy, but we ended up having a very loud voice thanks to the news coverage. And it was just life-changing. It was unlike anything we've ever seen. One of the most memorable moments from the trip was just being able to befriend everyone and learn from each other and everyone's different experiences. Ms. Bambi says, Jessica, what kind of idea was that, in reference to the bus trip? Because Ms. Jessica is one of the directors of Trach Mamas Louisiana. And to this day, we were all like, that feels like a fever dream, but we did that and we made an impact and it worked. And it was a pretty radical move, but as we can see from our history, the radical moves are the ones that really make the most impact. I could talk for like 2 days about that bus trip. I think the funniest, this is just funny, it's not really relevant to the current conversation, but it's funny because everyone had medical equipment and a lot of us had the same machines. So overnight while we were sleeping, ventilators and feeding pumps would go off, and every person on the bus who had a ventilator or feeding tube like dive down to go and try to turn off their machinery. And so like moms would tell their moms, it's okay, it's our pump, don't worry about it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have a comment from Jason Morris who says, thank you for all your work in this area. As a first person, self-advocate person with developmental disabilities, I'm in my 50s and I was in a segregated special ed classroom, K through 12, DDR in both, I think Alabama and Washington State. We've got to do more and pay teachers more and transition back into the community. You're absolutely right. And I mean, I think that just speaks to the broader experience where it's like segregation and isolation is still present and still happening, and it happened in recent years. And having these discussions help move things along in terms of progress. But with that, I think that's a great point to end on. So I just want to thank you for spending this time with me today and chatting with me. So thank you. Thank you,
Lillian. Great job. It's wonderful. You are incredible, as everyone shared. So now what we'll do, we're finished with that, our first afternoon session, and we're going to move into our next session, which is going to start at 1 o'clock. We will if you allow us to get set up, the session will be on the Louisiana Department of Health sessions for people with disabilities during the pandemic. And we will get started at 1 o'clock. And I'm sure it's going to be a session that's full of information. So be sure you get back on at that time. We'll keep our YouTube streaming as well as our Zoom. Thank you. Hey, can y'all hear me? Let me test out our audio.
Yes. Yes.
Roll call of our. Did I see Ashley Jefferson? Are you a panelist?
I promoted her to panelist. I don't see it moved over yet.
Okay, let me see. I'll promote her to. I think it might have just went over. See Julie. Oh, there's Julie. Okay, that's everyone. Okay. So, ladies that are on the panel, what I'll do is I'll stop sharing the screen. If y'all will just turn off your videos, and whenever I say your name, turn it on, and then I'll say your name and introduce you, and then you can turn it off. And I'll do that with each one of you. And when we're finished, then y'all can I'll open up your or y'all sharing a screen, I think. So you could just share your screen after I do the introductions.
Bambi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, if they can just allow me to share the screen. This is Julie.
Yeah, you can.
I
think you can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make sure of that.
Oh, it's telling me I can't right now.
Okay, because I'm sharing, so I have to stop share. And
Okay.
if you just wait before you share it, so I
Don't
can
do it yet.
Yeah, let me introduce all of you first, so everyone can see.
I just want to check my audio. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Ashley. Hey,
Yes.
Ashley. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Hey, everybody.
This is Robin. Thought I better do this sound check too. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Robin.
Good.
And this is Susan.
Hi, Susan. I can hear you.
Patty
Okay.
Baravecchio.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good.
Hi, this is Jana Broussard.
Hey, Jana.
Hi.
Just want to remind anyone who needs to access the ASL interpreter, if you are within Zoom as an attendee, you could raise your hand or send the chat and we'll move you over to panelists. If you are on YouTube, you can, I would suggest you move over to the Zoom link and we can get you set up in Zoom. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Louisiana Department of Health Services for People with Disabilities during the pandemic. session of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. I'm going to start off by introducing our panelists. I'm going to stop this sharing, and I'll ask each person as I call your name if you would just show your screen, your video, so that people will know who I'm talking about. So I'll start off with Dr. Patty Baravecchio. Dr. You have a difficult name like me. Baravecchio is a statewide RN consultant with the Bureau of Family Health in the Office of Public Health. Next, we have Jana Broussard, who is the interim director of the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf. Hi, Jana. Next, we have Susan Myers, attorney Susan Myers, who is a program manager with Medicaid waiver and supports. Next, we have Dr. Ashley Jefferson, who is the chief of staff for the Office of Behavioral Health. And next we have Robin Wagner, who is the, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Aging and Adult Services. And lastly, we have Julie Foster Hagan, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities. And I appreciate all of these ladies sharing with us about services during the pandemic, and just for being a great resource and always open to supporting people with disabilities in our state. So without further ado, I will turn it over to you ladies for your presentation.
Well, I'm Patty Baravecchio, and the statewide nurse consultant with the Bureau of Family Health Children and Youth with Special Health Care Needs program. We really appreciate the opportunity to provide updates on our services. The Bureau of Family Health is under the Office of Public Health, and our mission is to protect and promote the health and wellness of all individuals and communities in Louisiana. We accomplish this through education, promotion of healthy lifestyles, preventing disease and injury, enforcing regulations that protect the environment, sharing vital information, and assuring preventative services to uninsured and underserved individuals and families. If you look on your screen now, those are the links to our pages where you can find intensive information about our programs. I'm going to start us off on talking about some of the available services and resources through the Children and Youth with Special Health Care Needs program. First, we have Children's Special Health Services subspecialty clinics in the parish health units. We have supported services for CYS children and youth with special health care needs and their families. We also have the genetic disease program, which provides health services to families who have or who are at risk for genetic diseases. We also do the Louisiana Birth Defects Monitoring Network Surveillance Program, the Newborn Screening Program, which is your heel stick for testing for genetic diseases. We do the Early Hearing Detection and Intervention Program, which is includes the Newborn Hearing Screen Program, and the Louisiana Sickle Cell Commission. I'm now going to turn it over to Jana Broussard so she can share with you information on the Commission for the Deaf.
Hi, good afternoon. I appreciate this opportunity to share with you today. As stated, I'm Jana Broussard, Interim Director for the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf. Approximately 7% of Louisianians are currently diagnosed with deafness or difficulty hearing. LCD was established by Act 629 of the 1980 Louisiana Legislative Session and strives to provide people who are deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing, and those with speech disorders with programs and services to help them access and navigate the world around them. We seek to allow everyone the opportunity to communicate fully regardless of their hearing, vision, or speech-related abilities. Our goals are to improve access to needed communication supports, and enable the people in our society to reach their fullest potential. In light of these goals, LCD has established 4 main programs, which are listed on the slide above. First, we have our telecommunications program. This program provides amplified equipment and alert systems at no cost to eligible individuals, We also have a hearing aid program, which provides aids to low-income Louisiana individuals over the age of 50. We also provide limited interpreting services, which provide communication access to state, local agencies, and businesses, etc., in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Our last program is our support service provider program. These are trained guides who work one-on-one with those who are both deaf and blind. Louisiana is home to the largest deafblind population per capita in the United States and second largest population in the world. This program provides guides that offer visual and auditory information for individuals who are deafblind, which empowers them to fully participate in their communities. Julie, if you'll go to the next slide. All right, thank you. So in light of COVID-19, there has been some specific changes and modifications to some of our programs, some of which were very minor in nature. For example, we had to do some electronic applications rather than face-to-face applications for some of our programs. But some of the most important modifications we've made have come as requests directly from the community, from the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community. In response, we provided a COVID-19 link on our website. A few of the, a little bit of the information that's listed on our website is here on this slide that in front of you. First of which is video remote interpreting guidance. In regards to telehealth and other communication needs with the limitations of in-person appointments, specific guidance was requested on how to request an interpreter and establish an interpreter via telehealth. That information is on our website. We also worked with the Louisiana Department of Health to create this communication guide, which you can see on the right-hand side of the slide. And this assists with deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing individuals when they go in for testing. So for example, perhaps they do need some accommodations or communication support. And perhaps at that moment it is not available. This communication card has visual pictures that can be referred to help with some of the pre-screening questions, This pamphlet can be downloaded and printed from our website. And for your convenience, on the back-hand side is a list of all the interpreting agencies statewide. So you can refer to the ones in your region in case you need to set up an interpreter for those who utilize American Sign Language. We also have provided links to national and local information available in American Sign Language. We have had some of the most critical information translated and posted on our website for those who use American Sign Language as their native language. And specifically, our last thing is we have provided written transcripts of all Governor Edwards' speeches. This request came directly from our deafblind community. They notified us of an inaccessibility to some of the information that was being offered by Governor Edwards and some local leadership. And we have provided transcripts which have been posted on our website. This has really been a great opportunity to provide this critical information because now it's accessible to the deafblind as the information can be converted into Braille or large text as needed. Since March 12th, when we created this link on our website, we have had 580 total views by 482 people, with an average of almost 3 minutes per view. This data supports our efforts, so this information was very much needed and is being used regularly. So we just want to say thank you for all of the feedback from our deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing communities. We are continuously working to improve and support communication access for all of you. If anyone needs any additional information, please feel free to visit our website, and I will go ahead and link it in the chat box for you now. Patty?
Jana, before we move on, we had a question on YouTube.
Okay.
Which is, are LGEs, which is our local government entities, able to use the interpreter services? And there's And is there a cost associated with the services?
Okay, can you repeat that one more time? So they're asking at the local level if they can utilize these services. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, for the Human Service District. So I think the answer to it is any government entity has the responsibility to make it accessible if they get the request, right? But they could reach out to the commission to request like a list of certified interpreters, that type of thing, and then they do contracts.
Yes,
Correct?
yeah, we definitely can be a resource for any local entity. Are some businesses that may not, that the Americans with Disabilities Act may not apply to. In those cases, the commission may be able to step in and fill in that gap. But on a larger scale, typically government entities are responsible providing the interpreting services and the responsibility of the cost as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, if that's it, then I'll pass this over to Patty so she can continue on her end. Thank you.
So in response to the COVID-19, we've had some changes to our services at the public health unit. The subspecialty clinics almost seamlessly transitioned to telehealth services in response to the pandemic. Through coordination with regional leadership and in alignment with state guidance, in-person visits were resumed in July for those specialties that could not be effectively supported through telehealth visits. In various regions, ophthalmology, otology, orthopedics, audiology, sickle cell, and cardiology clinics resumed in-person services. In August, cleft lip and palate, along with the plastics clinic, will resume in-person services as well. Neurology, neurosurgery, genetics continue telehealth visits throughout. In response to the pandemic, the parent liaison staff that historically supported the Children's Special Health Services Clinic were shifted under the Regional Family Helping Families organization. COVID presented the unexpected opportunity to consider how to best serve as many families as possible, those who have been served traditionally at the Office of Public Health, Children's Special Health Services clinics, and the many thousands more in the Families Helping Families service areas. We know that in Louisiana, we have well over 263,000 children and youth that are identified with a special healthcare need, and that's about 23.7% of our population. That is statistically significantly higher than the national average, which is at 18.5%. So it's really essential that we ensure that our services are accessible to our families in the community. So any family needing peer support, resource linkage, community resource specialist services can contact their Families Helping Families within the region where they are domiciled. Another CV-19 transition is the BFH Family Resource Center. Until March of 2020, the center was located on the campus of Children's Hospital in New Orleans, Louisiana. And in response to the pandemic, the Family Resource Center has transitioned to a statewide virtual resource hub and is available to support all families of children and youth with special healthcare needs and healthcare providers with resource identification and linkage and system navigation services. This resource hub is staffed by a public health nurse, a social service counselor, and a family consultant. Anyone can reach out to the center via the email that is on your screen, which is bfh-familyresourcecenter.gov at louisiana.gov. I'm sorry. And that concludes our updates, and thank you for this time.
Okay, I'll get started on the Medicaid portion. My name is Susan Myers, and I am with the State Department of Medicaid in the Program Supports and Waivers Division. So I wanted to go through a little bit of Medicaid basics for you all, just to go over, kind of give a general overview. Medicaid provides publicly funded health coverage for low-income people. Prior to the ACA, there were sort of specific pathways for people to gain coverage to Medicaid. The ACA allowed for Medicaid expansion and coverage of people just on the basis of low income. But those other pathways still exist. There are still programs and services that are designed specifically for people with disabilities and seniors. And so those pathways still exist. And there are, in addition to that, income requirements for people with disabilities and seniors. So both of those things tie together. Medicaid is funded through federal and state funding. There's a largely federal contribution with a state match for all of the services that are provided by Medicaid. And just wanted to note that the name of Medicaid in Louisiana is technically Bureau of Health Services Financing. That's the name of the entity within the Louisiana Department of Health that oversees Medicaid. So if you see that Bureau of Health Services Financing or BHSF, that's us, that's Medicaid. Some of our functions include Medicaid eligibility determinations, involving, income and other determinations like citizenship and immigration status and those kinds of things. We don't generally do, the Medicaid office does not generally do the programmatic determinations. And what I mean by programmatic, that's not the most precise word, but if, for instance, there is a disability pathway to a program or a service, or if a person needs to meet a certain level of care in order to receive a particular Medicaid service, those determinations are generally provided by the LDH program offices. The other major function of Medicaid is to make provider payments, to provide oversight of the managed care plans, oversight of Medicaid services. The Medicaid state plan defines all of the services that are available under Medicaid, and the Medicaid office ensures that that Medicaid state plan is accurate, and that providers are providing the services as required. And as I mentioned earlier, in partnership with the LDH program offices, we also administer the 1915C home and community-based waivers and the 1115 demonstration waivers. And let's see, Julie, the next slide when you get the chance. And I'll just mention that when we talk about waivers, the 1915C home and community-based waivers might be the ones that you all are that people in the audience are most familiar with. These are the programs that provide, in addition to basic Medicaid state plan services, provide additional services that are specifically designed to enable people with disabilities to remain in the community and living independently. 1115 waivers are programs under Medicaid that allow for particular flexibilities. We apply to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to get those flexibilities, and it's meant to allow us to kind of tailor our programs to meet the needs of our state. Medicaid has done a great deal in response to COVID-19. All of those programs that I mentioned generally come with a lot of rules and regulations, and sometimes those become impractical in the face of disaster or emergency. And so a large part of what we have done in response to COVID-19 is working with the program offices in LDH and with providers, with the MCOs to seek and to receive the appropriate authorities from CMS to implement those flexibilities that we need because of COVID-19. The page you see on your screen, the screenshot you see here is the Medicaid coronavirus page. It's got all of the Medicaid specific announcements that have gone out. It's got all of the documents that we have submitted to CMS, all of the state-based authorities we have implemented. So there's a whole variety of information there that should be helpful to you if you need some information about services. Again, guidance for members, for providers, health plan advisories, emergency rules, and submissions to CMS. When we have received them, we also post the specific approvals that we have gotten from CMS. Next slide when you're ready. So some of the COVID-specific changes that we wanted to highlight today have to do with eligibility. The Families First Coronavirus Response Act provides that Medicaid programs extend continuous eligibility through the public health emergency. There's on that web page noted on the previous slide, there's a notice about this, which is dated April 20th. And you can follow the link and see that. But essentially what this provides is that anyone who has been determined eligible for Medicaid will maintain that eligibility through the public health emergency. Generally speaking, when someone is found eligible for Medicaid, that eligibility lasts for a year. There's an annual reassessment. Some other things can trigger it, but the basic program is a year. What we have implemented and what all Medicaid offices around the country have implemented in response to coronavirus and the Families First Act is that eligibility is extended at least through the duration of the public health emergency. Now, the public health emergency will currently expire on July 25th. We do expect that it will be extended, but there has not been any official move toward that so far. And the only exceptions to this extension of eligibility exist where there's been a death or the person has permanently moved out of state or they have voluntarily relinquished their Medicaid eligibility. Let us know that they no longer need Medicaid. The other major initiative in eligibility that we have implemented is coverage of COVID testing for uninsured individuals. And again, on that webpage referenced on the previous slide, you can find a notice dated May 22nd on that. And what that does is allows for any uninsured individual who is a U.S. citizen or is of an eligible immigration status, because Medicaid is restricted according to citizenship and immigration status. But any uninsured individual meeting those requirements is provided with free COVID testing, covered COVID testing. The way an individual should access this testing is to make an appointment with a doctor who provides Medicaid coverage, who is accepting Medicaid for the purposes of COVID testing. If someone needs to find a doctor who does that, they can call 211 and get doctors in their area who are participating in this program. There's a very simplified application for this. You can fill it out with the provider, or you can access it online, again, at that website, and submit it through email, through fax, or through mail. And then there's some other basic flexibilities, largely having to do with timeframes, timelines and appeals, in some cases accepting self-attested information rather than documented information that will, again, be followed up on after the conclusion of the public health emergency. But just some flexibilities there. And then in terms of services, we've implemented some changes to allow for family members and other parties to provide services in the home where there usually are not. We've implemented telehealth flexibilities where they weren't allowed before, and there's some additional waiver service modifications that the program offices are going to get into when they speak. And that's it for me. And I think we are running a little bit short on time, so I'll close up.
Hi, everyone. So like Ashley said, and I will be giving a little bit of a brief overview on in response to COVID. So on the first slide, this first slide, you see that we manage and deliver services and supports that are necessary to improve the quality of life and individuals with known as behavioral health. Hence, we're the Office of Behavioral Health. The mission of LDH is to protect and promote and ensure, and of course, OBH is aligned with that same mission and vision as well. Specifically, what we do is we act as monitors and subject matter consultants. Some people call them subject matter experts for programs, but particularly one of their through the, and it's also known as the CSOC program, through the Medicaid Health in Louisiana managed care plans. Behavioral services are managed care plans. We also deliver direct care through hospitalization, and we have oversight of the behavioral health community-based treatment programs through the human services districts and authorities, are better known as the local governing entities, or LGEs. So a little bit about our primary populations, families who are by serious emotional or behavioral health issues, and this includes co-occurring disorders. Specifically, when we're talking about adolescents and adults, we help to provide programming and services for those two populations regarding substance use and addictive disorder, tobacco, and opioid use, tobacco use. Some initiatives geared around pregnant women and women with dependent. And so we have some pretty targeted grants to focus specifically on that population. We also work with and for individuals needing forensic related mental health treatment. And we have 2 state psychiatric hospitals that we manage and oversee. Some first episode psychosis programming. As I mentioned earlier, the opioid response. And so we have some things surrounding opioid recovery, treatment, maintenance of things of that nature. Several more programs, but for time's sake, I won't go through them all. So some of the COVID specific changes or modifications, some of the things that OBH is doing and has done. The first, I know you've heard a little bit about telehealth allowance, telehealth and the utilization. I know you've heard a lot of services are being delivered. So one of the things we have, since we have responded to the COVID pandemic, is that we have some mental health rehabilitation allowances. And so we've allowed telehealth services through the MHRs. We've also allowed telehealth services for outpatient SUD treatment, and SUD treatment is substance use disorder treatment. And that includes group therapy. So licensed mental health practitioners, or LMHPs, are already allowed to do telehealth, but we've allowed some flexibilities and relaxed some of the rules around how those services are provided. So we've had to do evaluation as well as some outpatient group therapy. Distributed a lot of guidance around these types of things, specifically for providers and individuals and citizens, and also some things that are geared towards parents and families. And I provided those resources on a later slide for you. The other things that we're doing, we have some COVID-19 specific grants that we are working with and working with other agencies to make sure that we have some services available and accessible to the citizens of Louisiana. One of those things is the FEMA Crisis Counseling Program grant. This year, GOSEP is the lead, but we are happy to be working jointly with them to provide some of the services and some of the things that we know are necessary during this time. And so some of the things that OBA services with this grant is our Keep Calm Through COVID line. You've probably heard about that. The governor has talked about it in his briefings, but that is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week line that you can call at any time. It's free, it is confidential, and it is specifically for anyone experiencing distress or emotional distress related to the COVID-19 and related to the COVID-19 and also CCC and staff and other entities, excuse me, are helping to provide those services, excuse me, for those individuals and that's those staff who have been impacted by COVID-19. Another thing that comes with the excuse me. Excuse me. For the is the assistance we're giving to the LGEs to help us implement these things that we're doing with this grant. We also have an emergency COVID-19 behavioral health grant that was awarded through SAMHSA of the department, but OBH several residential COVID-19 facilities to make sure that there is access to basically the Odyssey House. We also have plans in place to provide support to the Baton Rouge General in East Baton Rouge Parish for COVID-19 residents who are So some of our other emergency response activities have and I provide that information on the following slide as well. And I've also provided a lot of the information that, or reach out if you need more information about behavioral health resources and other things that could be of assistance during this COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. Oh, and there are some available resources, and I provided them on the website. I mean, on the web page slide, but just wanted to point those things out. Too, that along with the grant, there is a crisis text line now that we are helping to information as well as the information about the behavioral health recovery and outreach line. We also encourage you to reach out to the local governing entities if you have any behavioral health needs or know anyone who may need some. Those services are our direct service clinics, and they will be able to provide you with assistance and information. And that concludes my presentation. I apologize.
Okay, Robin Wagner here for the Office of Aging and Adult Services. This first slide shows the programs that are managed within our office. They include 2 home and community-based waivers, Adult Day Health Care and the Community Choices Waiver. Our largest Medicaid home-based program is the Long-Term Personal Care Services, which provides personal care attendant services in the home. We also have 3 PACE sites. We manage adult protective services, 2 smaller state-funded programs, the Traumatic Head and Spinal Cord Injury Trust Fund and state-funded PCA. We also do nursing facility admissions. Anyone who enters a nursing home in Louisiana has to be approved for the clinical need for those services prior to entry. And in addition to assisting people to access nursing homes, we also assist people to transition out of nursing homes through a couple of different transition programs. Our office also manages the Permanent Supportive Housing Program, which provides affordable housing to people with any type of disability, at the same time providing the tenancy supports to help them be successful tenants. We can go to our next slide. So among those community-based services, personal care attendant services are probably the most often used service for our clientele. And I should mention that our clientele, the people that we serve, are older adults and people who acquire disability after the age of 21. So people with disabilities acquired in adulthood, the majority of whom are older adults. So personal care attendant service is the most oft-used service, but this whole list of services are the things that exist within our most comprehensive home and community-based waiver, the Community Choices Waiver. And among these services, home modifications for accessibility are often used by people. We offer a wide range of assistive devices and technology, including remote sensor monitoring, which is something that we're trying to make more use of now during the public health emergency, home delivered meals, transition supports, and a variety of different approaches to service to assist people. I'm moving along quickly here because I want to get to the COVID-related stuff and make sure that Julie has time to speak for OCDD as well. So the major things that we've had to do within OAES in response to the public health emergency, first step was that we had to close down our center-based services. That's both within adult day health care and in our PACE programs. Now, our PACE programs were able to continue their clinical services and their care coordination. PACE arranges their participants' total package of medical services. So they're continuing to do that work. But adult day health care, which is highly based in center-delivered services, has really had to close down those centers and change what they're doing in very dramatic ways. And they also have lost their billing mechanism under Medicaid. So in addition to closing those services for safety purposes, we've also had to look at how do we keep them financially solvent so that when the public health emergency ends, we still have that set of home and community-based services to offer people. So because of that, we have made retainer payments to adult day health care centers, and we are also in the process of putting in place payment mechanisms that will allow them to deliver telehealth to their participants and follow up with in-home support such as meal delivery, medication management, et cetera, when that is warranted. Many of the centers have been staying in touch with their participants in these ways already. We're going to set up mechanisms so that they can bill for those activities. In addition to that, we automatically increased the personal care allowance for our ADHD recipients who are receiving PCA services. We added home delivered meals and remote sensor monitoring to those waivers. So that's one set of things that we did around our center-based services. The other thing that we did pretty immediately is we wanted to assure that our home-based services were still being delivered. So in addition to providing guidance to our home-based provider network about how their workers are considered essential healthcare employees, and that while wanting them to take precautions, we needed them to continue to deliver these essential services. We also implemented flexibilities that would allow people to use a family member that they might not ordinarily be able to use as their worker, allowing them to live with their workers, which are arrangements that sometimes are not approved under regular circumstances. In addition to those flexibilities, we pursued hazard pay. We have not been able to implement that yet, but we would like to and still hope to implement hazard pay for personal care attendant workers who are working with people who have confirmed or suspected COVID. And then another important thing that we did is monitor that services were still being delivered. So our support coordinators have been actively calling people on a regular basis to get information about their COVID status for one, but also to make sure that their work are still coming into the home. And I cannot say kudos enough to our provider network because they have continued to deliver services under these very difficult circumstances. We have very, very few reports of workers not showing up due to concerns about COVID. We have seen issues with our recipients not wanting to have workers during this period. That's a different issue when it's a decision that they're making for themselves. And finally, we are making efforts to expand our use of remote sensor monitoring. A third area is that we have reduced face-to-face contact when necessary. We are able to extend people's plans of care and their service authorizations without having to have face-to-face reassessments with them. We are using telephones and other technology when we feel it's helpful to make adjustments to people's plans of care and where that's possible. And in light of all of this, one of the things that I wanted to provide in kind of the global perspective is that intake has been impacted. So in the midst of this, we haven't been able to do, because so many of our intake processes involve face-to-face assessments, we have not had as many new people coming into programs like our LTPCS program. We are looking at ways of implementing alternative assessment systems to be able to resume intakes back to previous levels. We're in the process of doing that. And I should also mention that one area where we have not reduced activities is in nursing facility transitions and diversions. We are continuing to house people in our permanent supportive housing program with a special emphasis on diverting homeless individuals who might otherwise wind up in nursing homes. And we have also continued our nursing facility transitions, which has seemed really important at this time when infections in nursing homes have been such an issue. There have been challenges around that, but we felt it was important to continue. Those are kind of the highlights of what I wanted to touch upon. I think on the next slide, there are a couple of websites for OAAS where you can go and get more detailed information about the flexibilities that we've implemented in our response to COVID. Thank you. Julie, you're up next.
Bambi, Julie mentioned that she had some issues with the audio. Maybe, oh, there she is.
Yeah, I'm receiving a message that Julie is not audible.
Can she call in?
While we're waiting. I believe she has. Now I can take Karen Scallon's question while we're waiting for Julie to join, but I want to let her know that we are having those issues. So I have a question in the chat box from Karen Scallon about asking to speak more about remote sensor monitoring. How would someone access that service? They would let their support coordinator know that they want to have that service added to their plan of care. A second question from Karen is what ADHD services are available through telehealth? We are going to be requesting that ADHD providers maintain daily telephone contact with participants where they assess for status changes and needs, and then follow up if needed with meal delivery, with delivery of supplies and medical supplies, and because they have nurses on staff, medical monitoring or assistance with medication administration, and also personal care attendant services in the home if that's warranted.
Julie, can you try?
Are you guys able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. So I will quickly move on. I know we are down to about 3 minutes. We had hoped to have some time for questions, but you guys do have all of our contact information. And if you have follow-up questions, feel free to reach out to us after the presentation. So this just tells you, most folks are familiar with our Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities and what we do. We do have similar waiver programs to what Robin was sharing with you. The Early Steps program is also under our office, and then we have statewide resource center staff and some state-funded services that we work directly with our local governing entities on. And we do have some programmatic oversight of the intermediate care facilities. There are 2 state-operated intermediate care facilities that remain in Louisiana. That's Pinecrest Supports and Services Center and Central Louisiana Supports and Services Center. That used to be called Louisiana Special Education, but in January it moved under the Department of Health, and we changed the name of it to the Central Louisiana Supports and Services Center. As Robin said, we have many variety of services within our home and community-based waivers, and just tried to give you guys a little bit of an idea of what some of those different services are that we have available through those waivers. Some of the COVID-specific changes or modifications I have listed here. The one that we've seen folks use mostly are allowing the the legally responsible relatives to be paid direct support staff, and we did that directly to be able to help people who weren't comfortable having direct support staff in and out of their home. We've also looked at not having background checks for those immediate family members. And then, similar to what Robin was mentioning about the adult day health care centers, all of our day programs are under a mandatory closure at this point as well. So for those folks who maybe needed assistance, personal care assistance, we did convert some hours so that they would be able to get that service in home while our rehabilitation programs remain closure. We also have had a few other changes, again, that are all listed here. And one of the things that we are doing is scheduling some listening sessions with some family members, individuals receiving services, and providers. I don't have the details on that yet, but I can make sure to get it out to Bambi when we do, so that we can talk about as we start to return and have places where we need to start to think about coming back, which we're not really ready to do yet, especially as we continue to have more cases, as other people have talked about. But what will that look like, and what will we be able to do? And also to share with folks, because we've had a lot of folks ask us to continue some of our exceptions, and there are some that we could consider some alternative to, but there are others that because of federal rules and regulations, we would not be able to continue it post-COVID. So I will make sure that I continue to share that information with Bambi for any of you who might be interested in having those conversations and being part of those listening sessions with us. So there's my information as well as some links, and I think we are 1 minute over, so I will stop there, Bambi, and turn it back over to you guys.
Thank you so much. I did a great job. I know there was a short session and jam-packed with information. We do have the PowerPoint. We received the PowerPoint that you sent, and we can send that out as a PDF to our participants or the people who registered, so you can have access to those links that were shown throughout the PowerPoint. So right now, what we're going to do is stop the session right now. Just take a few minute break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock for our session on emergency preparedness, and we'll keep it's COVID and hurricane COVID and hurricane season emergency preparedness for families with disabilities. Very important and timely topic. You can keep streaming through YouTube, or if you're on Zoom, you can continue there. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. And thank all of you ladies from Department of Health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our session of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. It is a session on COVID and hurricane season, emergency preparedness for families with disabilities. And we have our presenters for today are Amy Dawson, who is an emergency management program manager at the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. She is a founder of the Louisiana Emergency Management Disability and Aging Coalition. It is usually called MDAC, and that was founded in 2006 after the 2005 hurricanes Katrina and Rita. She is also a board member for the Louisiana Emergency Preparedness Association and the Louisiana 211 Coordinating Council. And she is a former member of the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs and still serves on committees for that council. And we also have Jessica Michaud, who is the founder of Trach Mamas of Louisiana, which was founded in 2016. I'm correct, Jessica, you shake her head. And Trach Mamas has really filled in the gap for people that have more significant disabilities and are technology dependent, and has that organization has been recognized nationally for the work meeting the needs of that population during disasters. Jessica is also a current member of the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs. So we welcome both of you ladies to begin the presentation. Looking forward to it.
All right, thanks, Bambi. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, Bambi, are you going to share my slides?
Oh, you want me to share them? I thought you were going to share them. Can you share them, or you'd rather me to do it?
Okay, I have them up. How do I?
Yeah, I can do it if neither one of you want to do it.
It's usually better, Amy, if you're moving the slides.
Okay.
We can do it. Let's do share screen.
Okay. Can you see it now? No. Screen share.
It's about to come up now. Okay, got it.
All right. So as Bambi said, my name is Amy Dawson, and I work for the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. I've been here since 2006, and we're going to talk a little bit about hurricane season 2020 and some of the additional planning considerations we've made because of the COVID-19 environment. We're going to have on our agenda, we're going to talk a little bit about what is MDAC, the Emergency Management Disability and Aging Coalition. We're going to talk about emergency management, the roles and responsibilities of like local government, and what's the role of the state. What about evacuation and sheltering with COVID-19, and a little bit about what you can do to be prepared. To talk about MDAC, I'm going to give it on over to Jessica.
Okay, Louisiana MDAC, it's Louisiana Emergency Management Disability and Aging Coalition. That's a mouthful, so we call it MDAC. It was formed in 2006 in direct response to life safety issue faced by older adults and people with disabilities during and after the 2005 hurricanes. Members include individuals, state agencies, nonprofit organizations, and for-profit businesses. It also includes some national or federal partners once we go into disasters. We open it to stakeholders. The mission of MDAC is to advocate for and support emergency management efforts that serve all people in Louisiana, particularly people with disabilities and those who are aging. MDAC believes that the needs and safety of all people, particularly those with disabilities and those who are aging, must be carefully considered and adequately addressed before, during, and after disaster and emergency situations within the state of Louisiana. The goal of Louisiana's MDAC is to serve as a collaborative resource so that appropriate emergency management related services and supports are equally accessible to people with disabilities and/or who are aging. MDAC will provide information and support to strengthen and expand emergency management efforts regarding disability-related and/or aging-related issues, support and contribute to capacity-building efforts for emergency managers, service providers, advocates, and individuals with disabilities and/or who are aging. And also develop and support resources and projects to better provide for the needs of people with disabilities and/or the aging before, during, and after a disaster or emergency within our state.
So talk a little bit about emergency management and to go back to like the foundation of where we are in Louisiana. The Louisiana Homeland Security and Emergency Assistance Disaster Act, it's Louisiana Revised Statute 29, Chapter 6. If you ever need to fall asleep at night or you're up bored and you need some great reading, this is a statute that talks about how Louisiana conducts emergency management, and it helps to define the roles and responsibilities of both the local parish leadership and our state leadership. Every parish has an Office of Emergency Preparedness. So everybody's parish that they live in has an Office of Emergency Preparedness. You might hear it called the OEP Director or the OEP. That is the your parish, your local Office of Emergency Preparedness. And every parish has to have their own emergency operations plan for their jurisdiction. And this includes planning considerations for COVID-19. So whatever jurisdiction you live in, it does have an Office of Emergency Preparedness, and your jurisdiction does have an emergency operations plan. Local offices, they have, one of the things that are unique to local emergency preparedness offices are they are the ones who are going to send you out warnings, and they have their own warning and alert system. It is very important for you to know if your parish has a local warning system and how do you sign up for it. In Baton Rouge, it's called Red Stake Ready. In New Orleans, that's NOLA Ready. Call your Office of Emergency Preparedness and ask them if they have a local warning or alert system that you can sign up for. And on GOSEP's website, and many of you might have seen this, we have the Evacuation and Preparedness Guide. And inside of the Evacuation and Preparedness Guide, or you can look it up online, there's a page that has all of the phone numbers, and maybe we can have Bambi send out a link to all of the participants that has the phone numbers of each local Office of Emergency Preparedness. It has their website, if there is a website. So I cannot stress enough to make contact or to know how to get in touch with your local Office of Emergency Management and find out if your parish has a local warning system. Some of the offices of preparedness have local special needs registries. I'm going to, despite if you have a personal feeling about registries or if they work or are effective, you should know if your parish has one. If your parish has one, call them and sign up. But that doesn't mean you just stop and you just say, hey, I'm going to put my name on the list. Ask them what this means for you. Do you have to register every year? Will someone call you in an emergency? Do you have to call and request assistance at the time that there's an emergency? I do know that New Orleans will call out their call list in the beginning of every disaster and reach out to say, hey, do you still need help? That all parishes are not created equal. Some parishes don't have a registry. Some parishes do have registries, but some of them operate them, each one a little bit differently. So if your parish has one and you want to sign up for those, for that registry, make sure you ask the questions of, what does this mean and what are you expecting out of me when we have a disaster? Part of parishes, they must use their own resources before they come to the state for assistance. Once they've exhausted their resources, then they can request assistance from other local or state partners. How do you know if you need to evacuate? How do you know if shelters are open in your jurisdiction? What if you need transportation? Pay attention to local officials. Those local officials will put out words on Sometimes they're social media pages. If it's a smaller event like a hazmat situation, they'll send their local fire department to the neighborhood. They put it on the news. So pay attention to your local officials is key and important. So what is GODA? What is the state agency that I work for? What is the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness? We are the emergency coordinating agency for state agencies that we plan for, respond to, and recover from emergencies. During an emergency, GOSEP activates the State Emergency Operations Center. It's really a place where all of the coordination comes together, all of the state agencies, nonprofit partners, and we manage the response and recovery utilizing what we call our Unified Command System. Unified Command is a team effort. The head of the Unified Command is our governor, and he sits with his cabinet level secretaries and heads of all of the different agencies, and they set really what the goals and objectives are for our emergency, and how do we support locals in responding to and recovering from disasters. This is a little picture of our Emergency Operations Center. When we activate for an emergency or disaster, we respond to activities to support parishes. We're here 24/7 when we're activated. We maintain liaisons and coordination with all parishes and the state and federal agencies. We provide operational command and coordination with all of our state partners. We call them emergency support functions, or ESFs, and our federal partners. We also manage critical resources and commodities to support local response and recovery efforts. So what is the declaration process? I know sometimes people hear on the news that the parish has declared a local emergency or the state has declared an emergency. And I've been doing this for quite a while, so sometimes like, well, why are we in an emergency? You know, why is that an emergency? Well, when the parish declares an emergency, it allows them to use their local resources, sometimes outside of what the traditional use of those state agencies or those resources are for. So the parish has to declare an emergency before they can ask for resources from the state. So sometimes we'll have a water system or a smaller disaster. The parish has to declare a disaster before they can ask for stuff from our state partners and other resources. And just the same way, we have to declare a state of emergency for the state before we can ask for federal resources to come in and to support us. So sometimes you'll hear the state is, and the governor has declared an emergency. That's for us to use state agency partners such as our Department of Children and Family Services to run shelters instead of doing their normal job as their agency job, you know, doing their food stamp programs or child welfare. We take those employees and we have them run state shelters. And we can't ask for federal resources unless we have declared an emergency. So that's a little bit about the declaration process. It's the same thing for resources. So the parish has to exhaust all of their resources within their parish. That includes all of their parish offices, their agencies, their ability to contract for anything before they come and they ask for help from the state. We get those requests, we validate them, we authorize them, and we can go to another parish to get resources. We can go to our state agency partners. We can go to another state. That's what you see on my slide is the EMAC option. It's the Emergency Management Assistance Compact. It's a mutual aid that we have with all of 50 states and some territories where we can borrow assets from other states, or we can ask for help from FEMA if we have a federal declaration. So for the 2020 hurricane season, this is some of the projections that we had for hurricane system this year that came out, I believe, in May. These are just predictions. They do this every year. So the prediction was that in 2020, we'd have 16 named storms. 8 of those would be hurricanes. 4 of those would be major hurricanes. We're in the absence of an El Nino and a high La Nina, which means that we're in the a sweet spot for hurricane development in the tropics, and I think we've already seen that. I think I've seen that we're on G right now, and this is the earliest we've ever had a G named storm. So these are just the hurricane season predictions for this year. Those are some of the names. We have already gone through Dolly, Edward, Faye, and now we're on Gonzalo, which is about to enter into the Gulf or somewhere in the tropics right now. So we're on G already, and this was the predictions that we received in May. The official outlook was received May 21st, but all indications are that we would have a more active than normal season for this hurricane season. What it doesn't tell you is where the storm's going to make landfall. It doesn't tell you how strong the storms might be when they make landfall. They only give you a general idea of the potential and overall basin activity. The reality is we have to plan as though we're going to be impacted every year. And we have to plan for so many other emergencies that this is just predictions, and it just kind of puts us in the time frame of, yes, we are in hurricane season. And then we had the added planning considerations that we have for COVID. Really what I want to highlight on this slide is out of everything, the direct fatalities that come from a hurricane, storm surge is by far the largest threat in a hurricane. Water kills. Flooding from storm surge and heavy rainfall are responsible for over 75% of the direct fatalities. Water as a whole is responsible for almost 90% of all direct fatalities. So, whether it's excessive rain or storm surge or all these other things, water is the main issue. Facts at a glance, most hurricanes, as we know, occur between August and September and October. 2020 has been unusual. Like I said before, most deaths are associated with storm surge. Many hurricanes produce tornadoes and often cause between 6 to 8 inches of rainfall in a short period. That's for the normal one. If anybody remembers Isaac, it just sat there forever and ever and ever and didn't move. So it produced a lot more rainfall than what was normal. So as we discussed before, storm surge poses the greatest threat to life and property, poses significant drowning. Evacuation must be heeded as the storm surge can cause water levels to rise quickly. And in Louisiana, we are very familiar with storm surge and how quickly water can rise up in your homes, faster than you could have ever expected. You can't wait until the last minute, so know what your evacuation routes and have a plan in place. So, are you ready? Hurricane preparedness and individual responsibility. Plan ahead. Prepare a disaster family plan. Maintain a disaster supply kit. Stock essentials for at least 72 hours. Stay aware. Watch and listen to your local officials. Listen to your public officials and know what they're talking about. Some of the other things that would be really helpful to know in a hurricane situation, for any hurricane, is review your insurance policies, know your coverage, plan to purchase, if you can, flood insurance. So our pandemic considerations. We have moved forward with the planning assumptions that because of storm surge and because of the issues with water and storm surge and having water in your home, that we're going to evacuate. We're still going to call for the same evacuations. We're still going to do sheltering. Some of the planning considerations we have are that each parish, if you go to your local parish and to be evacuated, that everyone is going to be given a mask and hand sanitizer. We are going to, social distance on the bus, social distance in our shelters. We've expanded the square footage than we normally use in a normal hurricane situation for COVID and to take considerations for COVID. So each person each family really would have more space and distance between themselves and other family units. We have made considerations to provide some tentage. So really to make little isolation pods within our huge state shelters to reinforce social distancing and to try to isolate families who are, need that type of isolation within the larger shelter. We understand that it's not going to be a perfect situation, but we really need everybody to pay attention to local officials. And if it's going to look like it's going to be storm surge, we just ask that you please weigh out the risk of the storm surge versus, what your disability or what your health issues are at the chance you might catch COVID in one of our shelters. So some of that, to include in your family plan, please include the mask for your family, reinforce social distance guidelines, protect yourself and others if you're sick, maintain disinfectant and hand sanitizers, and practice good hygiene. The other thing is, if we don't get out in time and you don't evacuate and you stay in your home, then we're going to go into a search and rescue situation. I really hate to go back to the 2005 hurricane season of Katrina, but that's kind of what it looks like when large pockets of people stay, and especially scared of COVID and scared of going into congregate settings. That's what we'll have. Or we could potentially have. So the other thing is that we have beefed up our planning for search and rescue. So I can tell you that when we go into a search and rescue situation, there is no social distancing. So if the wildlife and fishery is going to come and rescue the neighborhood on a boat or come and get you by helicopter, they're going to give out masks as they can. We're going to try to, but there won't be social distancing. You won't have 6 feet between you and the person driving the boat. So the important thing is to make sure if we are in a really talk to your local officials, know what those warnings are, know if it's safe for you to get out. Don't be scared to go to a shelter or call Red Cross or call your local parish and ask which shelters have a generator. A lot of times now they're listening to us and they have generators at some of our shelters. Majority of them we opened up for Hurricane Cristobal within the areas had generators. They picked buildings that had generators. Ask if there's a way that you could be socially distanced within the shelter. So what I'm saying is don't be scared at the risk of catching COVID and putting your life in danger with the storm surge. Because if you get into a search or rescue situation, most social distancing will go out the window. For this hurricane season and for COVID, we do have a toll-free reach out and keep calm during COVID that provides emotional support and links callers to the local governing entities. There's a mental health and crisis counseling. If you need help or you're uneasy about this, you can also call that helpline or reach out and reach out to this phone number 741-741, and you can be connected to free confidential 24/7 crisis counseling via text. Now they're not going to be able to help you come up with your sheltering or your hurricane plan during COVID, but this is just if you need some crisis counseling. So what can you do to be prepared? And this is where I'm going to turn it over to Jessica, because she's pretty much an expert in, I'm the emergency manager and she's the expert in on these slides. So Jessica?
Thank you. So the first thing, stay calm. Cool heads prevail in times of emergency. That's easier said than done, and I know this. But one of the best ways to stay calm is to make a plan. Remember that you may have to update or change your typical yearly emergency plans. So I'll be honest and say, when my son came home in 2013, I looked at the papers that the support coordinator had given me to make our emergency plan. And I filled out just some random things. Okay, we're going to go to this hotel, we're going to go to that hotel, but I didn't put much thought into it. And it wasn't until I kind of replicated the same plan every year. It wasn't until 2016 when I'm looking at my emergency plan as the flooding is happening, and I'm saying, oh no, like half of these people on this list are in flood zones, or some of them I couldn't get to even if I wanted to. So you have to think about that, really put some thought and effort into it. But also, if planning gets too overwhelming, start small to keep grounded. And some ways to do that, make a list of things that need to be packed for each person. Some things that you can purchase ahead of time. And I suggest, like, if you can purchase an extra pack of socks or an extra pack of underwear that you can just put in the suitcase and that stays in the suitcase for whenever you're ready to evacuate. Or even come up with a list of potential hotels. Remember, Rome wasn't built in a day. So you shouldn't come up with your emergency plan for every situation, for hurricanes, for tornadoes, for fires at the refineries, for all of that. You should have a different plan for each activity. They can be similar, but they're all different emergencies. Have a family meeting to ensure everyone is aware of the plan. So many people my age have both adults and children who may or may not have disabilities. So it's not even your core family. We value family a lot in Louisiana. Think about the older individuals in your family. Think about, hey, my sister may have a kid with a disability. How are we gonna do? Are we gonna put in, if money's tight, are we gonna put in for hotel rooms? Or are we going to go to a campsite? Just start thinking about all that and making sure your family as a whole is aware. And it's also good to tell someone, yes, we tell our support coordinators, we tell people like that, but maybe have it written down to give to your direct support workers, to give to your nurses, to give to your neighbor, like, hey, this is what we plan to do. In addition to having contacts in your phone, make a hard copy list of doctors. Another thing I was very guilty of, I had all the emergency contacts in my phone, but I didn't have a hard document until 2016. Mental health professionals, we value mental health professionals, especially during these times with COVID. Make sure those, the doctors, the mental health professionals, the providers, such as nursing agencies, direct support agencies, support coordinators, and have any emergency after hours lines. If your doctor has an after hour line, then go ahead and put that in your phone. If mental health professionals, if you see a therapist and they say, here's my after hour line that you can call in any emergency, that really would come in handy. Evacuations, stay informed. So what I've been doing, we monitor COVID statistics in nearby states. This is all over the news, and who has high rates right now. So we know Florida has high rates. We know Texas has high rates. So where do you want to just keep in mind that these are always changing? Where do you want to evacuate? Do you want to go to Mississippi? Do you want to go to Tennessee? Do you want to go? Just keep in mind the COVID statistics. And also be aware, we typically evacuate to the northern part of the state, or we evacuate to other states. But be prepared to adhere to other states' guidelines on masks. Some may mandate it, some may not. You'd like to know that ahead of time so you can be prepared. Mandated quarantine periods. We saw this a lot at the beginning of COVID, where I'm trying to think of the state. Maybe Florida said no. Texas closed off their border and said, no, you can't come. But different states had like a 14-day quarantine period. So you want to be mindful of that as well. Let any providers, including support coordinators, know if you don't plan to stay at home. This is important because not only that if you have a waiver, the state has to track you, of course, like make sure you're not at home or make sure you are wherever you say you are. They need to know those kind of things just to know that everyone's safe. And providers such as nurses, direct support workers, we don't want to endanger them by having them come out to your house when you're not there. Bringing extra medical supplies to change out more frequently when evacuating. We typically say bring 5 days worth of supplies. I would go ahead and bring extra supplies because with COVID going around, you'd be able to, if you do end up in a shelter, you'd be able to change the vent tubing, the feeding tubing. You'd want to change that more often since it may be exposed to more germs than you normally would at home. Be sure to include a 5-day supply of medication. That includes over-the-counter medications. If you're going to need Tylenol, ibuprofen, any over-the-counter medicines for bowel movements, things like that. Think of everything your family is going to need. Medical supplies, and then masks for the entire family. How many masks do you need to be able to keep clean for 5 days for your entire family? Disinfectant, if it's Clorox wipes, whatever it is. I know those are kind of short run right now, so just start thinking about what you can use. If you are in a congregate setting that you have to clean your equipment more often with, and gloves if at all possible. Probably to me, the most important for mental health is bringing any necessary comfort items. This includes sensory items, books, headphones. The sensory items, I know you may not be able to bring a ton of stuff into shelters, but what do you and your family need? Do you need a book to keep calm? Does your child need headphones? Do they need a special blanket, a favorite toy? Make sure you bring all of that, because it kind of makes, even hotels, campsites, things like that, it still makes a difference. Some of our kids with autism, or some of our individuals with autism, I know this comes into play a lot because you're out of your norm, so you're going to have that kind of barrier to navigate. So comfort items really come in handy. I'm gonna turn it back over to Amy.
All right, so Jessica, you said some important things that triggered some things for me. Is, you know, if you have no other choice, congregate sheltering, I know there's misnomers that, oh, I have a disability, I can't go to a Red Cross shelter. Red Cross does have policies that everyone is welcome, and each one of our shelters have the responsibility to provide reasonable accommodations. And you have to help us, you can tell the person at the front desk in your intake that you need a reasonable accommodation, and they will move heaven and earth to provide those accommodations. The first time a sensory room for individuals with autism was ever enacted in a Red Cross shelter was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, after the 2016 floods. So don't be afraid to ask for reasonable accommodations if you have to go to a congregate setting. And if you end up at one of our state run shelters, same thing, ask for reasonable accommodations. If they cannot provide those reasonable accommodations, they will have to make allowances to help you get to a place where you can be sheltered safely in a congregate setting. So please do not, put people's lives at risk, or I'm going to take my risk and I'm just going to stay at home because I'm thinking you cannot go to a congregate setting. The other thing on Jessica's slide that says, please let your support coordinators or anybody know if you don't plan to stay at home. Let those people know where you're going. I can't stress that enough, because after the hurricane and we're in a big, evacuation, we have some of those agency and support coordinators calling us, wanting us to give them some of our shelter lists, trying to help identify where their clients are, where their constituents are. We saw this in the Centers for Independent Living after Florida. After Hurricane Michael went to Florida, and there's a need to want to know where those people are, but Red Cross won't give us a list of names who have evacuated to their shelters.
I was going to say too, Amy.
Yeah, if you end up at one of our state shelters, we might have a little bit more leeway to tell those support coordinators or your agencies who support people who have disabilities, they have cognitive issues. Please when you're helping your clients and your constituents develop those plans, please make sure they know to call you and tell you where they are. Because a lot of times we will not be able to just look up a name on the list and say, oh, well, Amy Dawson went to, the 123 Civic Center. As state planners, we might not know that, and some people don't want other people to know where they are. So make that a part of your plan. Anybody who might be looking for you, or when you're helping, especially our citizens that have, some cognitive issues, make sure they have your agency phone number, your advocacy center's phone numbers to say, hey, wherever you end up, why don't you give me a call so I know where you are. So those things are very important in evacuations and having everybody stay informed. So reach out, stay well. Individual responsibility, stay active, get your rest, keep calm. Like Jessica said, Rome wasn't built in a day. Catch up on your sleep, hydrate with water. And again, for COVID, we enacted our crisis counseling helpline. So reach out to those crisis counselors, especially if you in your building, your hurricane plans and you become overwhelmed and you need some extra support. Make sure you reach out. We have that resource available. Other ways you can stay informed. GOSEP has a webpage called Get a Game Plan. This is where you can go in and you can help build your own family plan. It can help you build a business plan, a mitigation plan, and there's also a section for kids plans. So to help you give you some context and help you put together those plans and kind of make a checklist of things that you might not even be thinking about at the time. So make sure you go to www.getagameplan.org, and that's a good place to start when you're trying to develop your own emergency or sheltering in place plan. I am messing this up. So get a game plan. The other thing is, I held it up earlier, is our emergency publication. It's a Louisiana Preparedness Guide. So you can call your local office of emergency preparedness and get one of these pamphlets. It has a lot of things about evacuation, sheltering. Some of our evacuation maps are in here. Call your parish. Sometimes parishes have them. Sometimes Red Cross will have them. It's also online on our website. You can find it in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. The Spanish ones, I believe we ran out of the ones that are actually in hard copy and print, and we did not print the ones in Vietnamese in a hard copy. So those can be found online and you can download them. If anybody with agencies that need copy of these evacuation plans to give to the people that you support or you're helping develop, you can send me an email and we'll see about getting you some so you can give these out to the people you might serve. We also have the State's Joint Information Center. It's called the JIC, so that we're speaking with one voice as state partners and all state agencies, and we're speaking with one voice and we're giving people clear instructions as one voice. So our Joint Information Center is where the press staff will be and help organize the messages that go out. We also have the Louisiana EAS, the Emergency Alert System. That's that alert system you'll hear on your TV that has a real loud beep and come through on your TV. We can control those messages here from our office. And we also have NOAA weather radio. We also have several public information. We've had public service announcements, radio, television, print. We get a lot of football players. I know at the beginning of COVID, we got Coach O to do a COVID PSA. So we do have some PSAs that are available. You can go to our website or get a game plan and you can see some of the PSAs we have. We also have the Get a Game Plan app. So we're trying to get technological and savvy over here so you can download the Get a Game Plan app for your smartphone. You can upload pictures of some of your important documents. You can mark yourself safe if you want to use this. So our emergency preparedness guides are inside of this app. So if you are want to download that, that would probably be a good idea. So this is an emergency public information. It's called emergencyla.gov. This is where the state in an emergency will turn on this website, and it will have important links to the disaster. So it'll have links to FEMA and stuff. This is only activated in an emergency. So when an emergency happens, you can go to emergency.la.gov, and it's kind of supposed to be a one-stop shop for where you can go and get information during an emergency. Again, this is only activated during an emergency. We also have Alert FM. You can download this free app for your phone. It transmits digital messages based on geographic, so based on where you are or where you live. You can also turn on other things. So my boss lives in St. Martinville, so he can check off to get alerts and weather alerts and emergency alerts for East Baton Rouge Parish where he works. He can get alerts for St. Martinville. So this is a good app that you can download that will give you alerts and notifications. There's no fees. Sometimes there's these little receivers that people have that you see a picture of it down here in the corner. That's for some of our emergency management professionals. Some of our schools have this type of equipment. But for the average user, you can just go and download Louisiana Alert FM. We also have social media. GOSEP has a Facebook page. You can get a lot of information and links off of our Facebook page. Parishes also have social media. A lot of parishes will sometimes help you do damage assessments. So we see one parish, they went and flew a drone after some flooding, and so people want to get home and know if their house is okay, or they want to know if their house has been flooded. So the parishes will fly drones and put drone footage so you know if your street was dry. Or you can ask questions on there like, hey, can you go take pictures of this? And sometimes the parishes will do that. So go to our GOSEP Facebook page for more information, and make sure, type in Ascension Parish, Office of Emergency Management on Facebook. They have a Facebook page. So we've kind of embraced the realm of social media, and we have our Facebook page. We also have Twitter. GOSEP has a Twitter page. Some of the parishes have Twitter. I'm not familiar with Twitter, so I'm going to leave it at this with Twitter, but this is another place that you can get information. We also have podcasts. Our communications director has podcasts. They're all archived. You can go to gosep.la.gov/resources/podcast and look at the topics. If it's something that you may be interested in, you can listen to those podcasts. Or if there's one that you think, we might want to hear something about, you can email me and say, hey, we can do a podcast on this. But our podcast all of the archive podcasts are on there. You can go there to get more information. You can find us on the web at gosep.la.gov and getagameplan.org. And that's all we have for today. This is my contact information, Amy Dawson at la.gov, and my phone number. And this is Jessica's contact information if you need more information from us in case we missed something, or in case you need more information about emergencies and how to prepare for evacuations and sheltering. Jessica, do you have any final words?
Our email's wrong in that.
Okay.
I left off, it might have been autocorrect, so I'm going to put in the chat. It's trakemamas@gmail.com.
So it's a plural mamas.
It's a plural mama. We're multiple
All right.
mamas.
Yes.
Do we have any other language on the website for GOSEP?
Any other language?
Yes.
What do you mean language?
She doesn't see information on other languages on the website.
The only other thing we have on our GOSEP website are the evacuation guides. The evacuation guides come in Spanish and Vietnamese. I can't see the chat. I guess I have to stop sharing.
Unfortunately, YouTube is a little bit behind, so they probably won't hear you for another 3 minutes.
Okay.
Well, on behalf of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs, we'd like to thank our participants and our panelists for this portion of the conference, Ms. Jessica Michaud and Ms. Amy Dawson, who are always great advocates and supporters of our work. At this time, we're going to take a break for our next panel session, Accessibility Law, which will begin at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hey, good afternoon, Andy.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us, and we're looking very much to having you on very soon.
Thank you. It works. Hi,
Hey,
Sylvie.
Bambi, I'm going to make some adjustments to that last slide. I'll get it right.
Okay, can you, you're gonna upload the.
Hey, Landon.
Nice seeing you, Andrew.
Jamar, you better share the screen.
We're so lucky to have Sylvie with us. She's so famous now.
I know, I saw commercials with her. She is famous.
Yes, she's all over.
Yes,
Well, it's
indeed.
Landon, but he doesn't, I don't know. He's got, was it DJ Rhett that did your thing, Landon?
No, DJ Red did yours.
I don't know which one was yours. I don't know. We got the funny stuff happening on social media. It's always interesting.
So we're gonna, our next session will start at 3 o'clock and it's on accessibility law. We will, now we're just gonna wait. Those of you, if there's anyone who needs an ASL interpreter, if you are in Zoom as an attendee, raise your hand and we can move you over to a panelist so that you can access and control your view of the interpreters. If you were on YouTube, you can move over to the Zoom link and we can get you set up to be able to see the interpreters here. Andy and Jonathan, will y'all have a sharing of the screen or will you just be talking?
My plan was just to talk.
Okay.
I didn't put together a PowerPoint or anything.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
just going to talk about stuff. I don't really have.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
So we have about 10 minutes left.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm going to go dark then.
I was reading the instructions. I'm going to mute myself and also black out unless there's anything.
I have to follow the instructions. So I have to go look and see what instructions I gave you. everyone. We are about to get started with our last session for the day. And we're going to have one of our law externs that are working with us this summer, Miss Kiara Beverly, who is a law student at LSU Law Center, will be facilitating this panel on accessibility law. And so I'll go ahead and turn it over to her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you all who have been holding on since this morning for our afternoon session, and welcome to anyone who just hopped on for the accessibility law session. So what I'll go ahead and do is introduce our panelists. And so panelists, if you all could turn your camera on whenever I introduce you so people can see who you are, and then turn your camera off once I jump to the next panelist. So our first panelist is Jonathan Tranell. Jonathan is a managing attorney at Disability Rights Louisiana. He graduated from the University of California, Hastings Law School in 2011. He is currently focused primarily on special education, criminal justice, and Medicaid issues. So welcome, Jonathan, and thank you so much for joining us today. Our next panelist is Cindy Obier. So Cindy graduated with a degree in architecture in 1981 from Louisiana State University. She is a licensed architect and has worked in the field of architecture for 40 years. She has worked for the Louisiana State Fire Marshal's office for the past 24 years. She has conducted seminars for reviewers and inspectors at the Fire Marshal's office, as well as for architects, engineers, and the general public pertaining to compliance with Louisiana State promulgated accessibility codes. Thank you, Cindy, also for joining us today. Finally, but certainly not least, we have Andy Beiser. Andy is the founding partner at Beiser and DeRusse and is admitted to practice law in Louisiana and New York. He graduated from Tulane University in 1997, and he graduated from Brooklyn Law School in 2003. Andy has been advocating for the rights of individuals with disabilities since 2010, with his focus areas on equality for individuals who use wheelchairs, as well as those individuals who are deaf and hard of hearing. So thank you all for joining us today. We're going to go ahead and get started with the presentations, and Mr. Tranell is first. So you can go ahead and get started.
All right. Well, with the privilege of going first, I guess what makes the most sense to do is to start by pulling back out and looking at what disability rights are high up, and then kind of zooming down into what is specifically meant by accessibility and how that applies during trying times like a pandemic. So having a right is a concept in the law which is very different from something like having an entitlement or having some kind of charitable nice thing that's done for you. Having a right means that you hold on to that right even when there are extenuating circumstances, or even when it might be inconvenient for others for you to hold a right. And the disability rights movement is about attaching people with disabilities to civic life through rights, not privileges, not entitlements, not things that can be lightly taken away. And so when we talk about the disability rights movement, what we're really talking about are how we tether people with disabilities into civic life and how we make promises that are intended to be unbreakable. And things in the ADA, you have, of course, your architectural requirements, and those are very straightforward. For instance, during the pandemic, I recently went to go get a COVID test from a testing site that was operated by the city of New Orleans. They have a series of partnerships with private organizations where the city of New Orleans will go out into other community centers and set up medical testing zones in those community centers. Now, I happened to get around in a wheelchair, and the testing center that I went to didn't have a wheelchair accessible entrance. And so that is one way of thinking about what is accessibility. And, you know, in general, if I ever wanted to go back to that community center, I would have a good cause of action that they would need to make some architectural changes if they were going to continue to be a place of public accommodation. But because we were dealing with the city and also medical testing, there were a lot of other wrinkles. It ended up not being as bad of a situation as it might have been, in part because the ADA also thinks in terms of your access to programs and other benefits of the government of which you are a part. And in this case, what I said was, hey, I'm a person in a wheelchair, I can't get into this building. And based on their facial expressions, there were clearly a few moments where the person hadn't really considered the possibility that a person with a wheelchair might be coming to this facility on this day. And what they ended up doing was allowing me to participate in the program of receiving a COVID test from the city of New Orleans by having the doctor leave the building and come out to me. Now, under these circumstances where it's a pretty straightforward thing and they're just swabbing the inside of your nose, having it done on the sidewalk was less of an inconvenience and may even have been safer in some ways than going inside. But you could also easily imagine other medical procedures where having only access to the doctor on the sidewalk would be decidedly less than and unacceptable. And really what this ties into, and what I'm hoping to get a chance to talk with all of you about today, are the ways that your rights continue to apply, even inside of a pandemic. That having a right is an unbreakable promise, and disability rights are not privileges or entitlements where you can, in the event of an emergency, sort of cast them aside. These have to be the principles that shape how we respond to an emergency, how we set up new government services, and how we address challenges we've never faced before. And the best things about our democracy, and the things that I think are, you know, the worthiest part of our political tradition, is thinking in terms of these individual rights and trying to structure government actions and reactions to new things around individual rights. So that's sort of my quick introduction. And this is going to be playing out across the state, not even just with testing, but with things like housing, things like access to the courts, access to all of the programs government runs, and even in extremis, access to medical services and the right not to be discriminated against in the event of medical rationing. So this is an extremely wide topic, but I am glad that I get to sort of speak first and set the tone by talking about what I think disability rights are and what accessibility means during a pandemic.
All right, thanks, Jonathan. I guess I'll go next. I'll just jump in there. I'd like to follow up on what Jonathan said. I really liked how he was talking about how these are rights and these aren't like, something we're just giving to you because we're nice or you only get in good times. The ADA says that there is an affirmative duty to accommodate. So if you have a disability and, for instance, with Jonathan's COVID test example, coming to the curb is a great accommodation in my estimation. So you don't have to go inside and have to mess with anybody. And you don't have to use magic words. You don't have to have a lawyer draft a special letter for you. If you make a reasonable accommodation request of at least of a governmental entity, they have a duty to engage in a dialogue with you to try to work out some type of an accommodation. So a good example is we recently filed a lawsuit against oh, by the way, a little bit more about myself, just to remind you if you don't remember from the intro. I'm a private attorney. I don't get federal funds. I don't get any grants or anything like that. Folks have discrimination based on their disability and they contact me. And I was recently contacted by the nation's oldest elected official, Mr. Harry Silver, City Council member of Alexandria, and he has a heart condition. And he's also just an old guy, right? And so he wanted to attend his city council meetings remotely, just like we're having this meeting remotely, and they denied his request. And it seems ridiculous to you and I, if you're on this meeting that we're watching now, this virtual, what I don't even know what this is called, whatever, panel, excuse me. We're doing this virtually. Why can't they do the city council meetings virtually? He made the reasonable accommodation request. They denied the request. They chose not to work with him in any way. We had to file a lawsuit in federal court. And then we filed a motion for preliminary injunction and we won. And our argument was his heart condition caused him to be a person with a disability. And his heart condition previously did not stop him from going to the city council meetings, but the presence of COVID made the manifestation of his disability just a bit different and needed a different accommodation. And they chose not to engage in any type of dialogue, so we sued them. And we were successful. And now he's attended 2 city council meetings remotely. So I bring that story up because, as Jonathan said, this is not something that, these are federal laws, right? And the federal laws have to keep local municipalities in check from discriminating against folks with disabilities. And there was at the time a state law that said city council members had to be there in person. But federal law trumps state law. And so, the laws were built without any type of, well, you got to accommodate this deaf guy, but there's a pandemic going on and we can't do it, right? If Congress had that intention, they could have drafted the ADA in that particular way. We've got 2 other COVID-related lawsuits that we filed. And in fact, the other 2 are against the state of Louisiana. And I was tickled to be invited to the governor's panel on ADA accessibility because we sue the state of Louisiana all the time. The Department of Health put out a really bad notice on their website about rationing care based on disability. There was a paper published in Washington that had some guidance that was just clearly discriminatory. So we sued, and they were kind enough to take that down off of their website and then add a new directive to talk about how you can make, if say ventilators need to be rationed, right? You can't say to someone, because you're paralyzed, your life is worth less than someone who is not paralyzed, and therefore we will give the ventilator to that able-bodied person. Now, of course, if they have to look at you as a from a doctor's perspective, but they can't just immediately go, all right, well, we got a paralyzed guy and a not paralyzed guy, and they both have bad, symptoms of the coronavirus. So we're just going to give the ventilator to the guy whose legs work. It doesn't work like that. And so we made sure that they put out guidance to make that clear to the doctors and nurses. And then finally, our other lawsuit that we filed was on behalf of patients at the Eastern Louisiana mental health facility. And that's the main place where they put folks who are not competent to stand trial or found not guilty by reason of commonly known as insanity. And a lot of those folks have been asking for reasonable accommodation requests regarding COVID and being quarantined and social distancing and things of that nature. And we're working on that as well. So yeah, there's a lot going on in this world, especially during this pandemic, but the building blocks are in place, right? And the key is that just because there's a pandemic doesn't mean that we throw this stuff out the window. You just look at it through a different prism and see how one's disability manifests itself during this pandemic, and that public places of accommodation, they have to affirmatively accommodate your disability, and the onus is on them. And I think that's important to keep in mind. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy and Jonathan. Ms. Cindy, would you like to follow up on either of their comments?
Yes, I have the shortest time slot here, and I want to comment on what Mr. Andrews said about the time of COVID pandemic not being a time where people are particularly discriminated against. And as a person who works with the state fire marshal's office, what we are doing in order to make sure that there is no discrimination is to do business as usual, to make certain that people who are adjusting their plans, their tenant spaces for the reopening of businesses don't do so in a way that is discriminatory. Obviously, the occupant loads in tenant spaces, assembly spaces are lower now, right this moment. We're at a 50-person cap and 6 foot away from all other groups or individuals in a tenant space. Well, that means that a lot of the restaurants are going to be eliminating maybe more than half of their seating, and we make certain that that doesn't mean that the seating areas allocated for people with disabilities are the first, second, or last to go. We make sure that there is an even distribution of seating for people. What we typically do has not changed very much. We review approximately 18,000 plans a year. We have 25 review architects. So that's approximately 720 plans per year per reviewer. That adds up to an awful lot of plans per day that each person reviews. Then we have inspectors that go out after the projects are constructed, and they make certain that the plans were constructed according to the way that they were reviewed. What happens right now is that we are doing, let's say, double the inspection work in some respects, because when businesses are reopening, they have to submit reopening plans to our office. If it's not a very simple thing, if it's an assembly space or some sort of gathering is planned, then they have to present us with an opening plan if it's anything other than what the governor has mandated. And then the inspectors go out and look at what it is that they have proposed. We review everything from snowball stands to hospitals, and that keeps us especially busy. We're working from home right now, so it's very efficient in terms of review time. We are still answering questions for people who call in and have any kind of an issue with how it is that they can comply. But the main thing that we need to do is to do our business as usual and to continue to cite compliance with accessibility codes and to inspect for compliance with accessibility codes. We, at one point, and this may still be the case, we were the only state that not only reviewed for accessibility for every building in the state, but also we're charged with the authority to inspect every building for compliance with accessibility issues in the state. Typically, that is the Department of Justice task, and the state of Louisiana does take that on for other than the federal buildings. That doesn't mean that the Department of Justice doesn't come to Louisiana and address complaints. The Department of Justice also addresses any sort of issue that has to do with an existing building, because the Office of State Fire Marshal reviews new buildings, additions to buildings, renovations, and changes of occupancy type. If it's not one of those, then it won't come across our desk. If it was constructed prior to 1995, when we were given the authority to review and inspect, then it will not come across our desk. It will go directly to the Department of Justice. I can talk at some point about which codes we use to review. That's a sort of a dry subject, and I hope if anybody's interested in that, I can go through the different codes. At one point, we were reviewing for one code, and that was the ANSI A117.1, and then we were reviewing for 2 codes when the ADAG came along. Then we got to the point where we were reviewing for 3 codes when the IBC was promulgated, and chapters 11 primarily and part of chapter 10 addressed accessibility issues. And at one point we became the authority having jurisdiction over the review and enforcement for fair housing for apartments only. So when we got to the point where we were using 4 different codes to review and inspect for, and the architects, engineers, and moms and pops were trying to design using all 4 codes. We were given some assistance by the Advocacy Center, and they met with a legislative committee to lobby for giving us not only the authority to review for fair housing, but for causing the ADA ABA 2010 standards to apply to all residential units and not just public housing. So that's something that's very different in the state of Louisiana. So I think that's kind of a broad overview. And I'll see if there's any questions or if there's anything somebody wants to respond to.
I actually have a question for you, Miss Cindy. So, what do you feel has been the biggest challenge in terms of accessibility, and like reviewing these, like the business plans or plans for different establishments reopening? What's been the biggest challenge for you all in terms of ensuring compliance with ADA standards?
Typically, I would say that that is to make certain that there is adequate seating for people with disabilities. A lot of the, in assembly occupancies, a lot of the restaurants have moved towards outdoor seating. Some of them have erected tents. Well, there has to be an accessible route to get into the tent. There has to be seating. There has to be an accessible route to get to a toilet room. You have to be able to order from a menu the same way that anybody else would order. So primarily in places of assembly, that's been the biggest challenge, but the challenge has been more one of educating people what it is they have to do, rather than any sort of pushback against that. I don't know of anyone who has either balked at or refused to comply. Typically, we just get questions. In fact, people are fairly proactive about asking questions as to how they can accommodate people with disabilities.
Thank you. So I know we had time slots for everyone to present, but if you all prefer like a question answer type style panel, we can do it that way. Or if y'all had presentations that you wanted to go through, we can also do it that way. So it's whatever y'all prefer. Jonathan, Andy, Miss Cindy, what would y'all prefer?
Questions if anyone has any.
Yeah, same.
Questions are always easier.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about this stuff for a while, but maybe the audience could sort of push us in whatever direction they're interested.
Okay.
Kiara, this is Bambi. If there's anyone, any attendees that have questions, if you raise your hand, we can move you over to panelists, and that way you can ask the questions yourself. They can type it in chat, or if they're on YouTube, they can type it in the comments on YouTube. So there's multiple ways that questions can be asked.
Great. And while we're waiting on attendees to ask those questions, I do have a couple written down that can be posed to all of you. So because we are in uncharted territory with COVID, how are individuals with disabilities, as they approach accessibility issues, how are they to report these issues? Are they to go through the normal channels of reporting, or have there been other protocols put in place in order that their rights are preserved?
So this is, oh, I'm sorry. Cindy was raising her hand there.
We'll go. Well, whoever was first. I'm visually impaired, so these.
Oh,
right.
my apologies.
I'm not gonna see.
I have just a brief answer that I think touches on things, and then I'll hand it over to Cindy. There is no, there's no special, like Mr. Beiser was saying, there's no special language or magic word you have to use when you are requesting a reasonable accommodation. You just have to find somebody who works at a place or is the contact point, and you can get started. Now, that doesn't mean that you are sort of freed from the search of having to maybe find an ADA coordinator. or get in touch with people as you move up a chain. But in general, I think people in general are trying to be responsive. And the way that you, I think, best help yourself is if you encounter a barrier to using a service or a place of accommodation, or you're unable to participate in an activity at a business, the thing to do is to bring it to somebody who works there's attention as soon as possible. And that should trigger a process of people trying to figure out how to accommodate you. That process is not always successful, but your chances of success improve the sooner it starts. If your problem is more architectural in nature, like for instance, I couldn't get into the building where the COVID test was taking place, it might behoove you to find out who runs the building and try to get in touch with people through that normal chain of command. But there isn't any sort of a special process or any sort of suspension of people's normal obligations to handle a request for a reasonable accommodation just because it's COVID now. So they shouldn't have to run you through any extra steps, and they can't defer their responsibility elsewhere by saying, no, that's not me, and just pointing away. And everyone should have all of their old obligations. And among those are responding to requests for reasonable accommodation.
Thank you so much for that. Does anyone else have anything as a follow-up to that comment?
Cindy has her hand raised. Go ahead, Cindy.
Now, can you hear me now? Okay. The Office of State Fire Marshal addresses complaints that are published on opensafely.la.gov. And that's all one word, OPENSAFELY at la.gov. .la.gov. That is a website that the governor's office has established, and you are permitted to type in whatever your complaint is, wherever the address is. And I think the first thing you're supposed to do is to approach the tenant manager first and tell them what it is that your complaint is, and see if they intend to address it. If they say that they will, then perhaps there isn't anything else that you need to do. If you go back and find that it hasn't been addressed, then maybe you'll want to put that in opensafely.la.gov, and an inspector from our office will go out and check on it. You have to keep in mind that this is for every state for every building in the state of Louisiana, and we will do our very best to get there as fast as possible. That's why we ask that you go ahead and speak to the owner, manager, whoever it is that runs the business first, and see if some kind of an arrangement can be made. But we will get out there and address your complaint.
Could you repeat the website? I'm gonna put it in the chat box for everyone as well.
Yes, it is OPENSAFELY at LA, I'm sorry, back up, opensafely.la.gov.
And then my just contribution to this is I file lawsuits against owners of properties all the time who don't modify their facilities to make it accessible. We file suit under the ADA and also under the Louisiana Commission on Human Rights. And I'd say 99 out of 100 times whenever we file a lawsuit against a McDonald's or a shopping center for not having the right ramps or bathrooms, everything works out pretty easily, and they make the modifications. So there's different avenues for you to take if you want to effectuate change. You can self-advocate that way, or you can hire a lawyer like myself, and then at the end of the day, the property owner has to pay my legal fees. So, not to be an infomercial about my services, but if anyone out there, is a wheelchair user or is deaf and has asked property owners to help them in the past, they know it's not always as easy as just asking nicely and getting a positive response. And in the time of COVID, of course, we're obviously very sensitive towards filing lawsuits against small businesses, especially restaurants and retail stores who are having a really tough go of it as is. So, sometimes a request to a manager is the right way to go. Sometimes if they don't help, you got to file a lawsuit if it's a place that's really important to you, or it's something that you feel is very important. But yeah, I can say that as someone who sues lots of restaurants and shopping centers for failure to provide ramps and bathrooms, we haven't been doing a lot of that lately because, well, first of all, our clients aren't going out to places, but we have to be very sensitive to balancing that type of those types of lawsuits.
There was a comment on YouTube, or question, and would it be reasonable to expect legislative committee hearings or school board meetings to be live streamed via Zoom or other virtual platforms for those with disabilities to be able to participate?
I mean, the answer is yes. Like I said in my opening statements, is we filed a lawsuit on behalf of Harry Silver, a 98-year-old city councilman in Alexandria, who was not being allowed to attend city council meetings via Zoom, and we got a federal judge to agree with us and put forth an injunction, which is a way of a judge to say, hey, you got to do this. So, if you have a disability and you want to attend these meetings via Zoom, and it's because of your disability, they should enter into a dialogue with you about how to properly accommodate you, okay? Now, if you're not disabled and you're just don't want to get exposed to the coronavirus, I mean, I don't have any disabilities. I'm in no hurry to get into conference rooms with other folks. I think, common decency should win out. But with respect to the ADA and actually having a disability that would be affected by, if you have some sort of immune deficiency or things of that nature, that definitely makes you a person with a disability, and they cannot discriminate against you because of that disability. And having some sort of compromised immune system or compromised cardiovascular system or compromised respiratory will put you right in the basket, so to speak, of a person with disability. And then when you make the request, they have to engage with you, and if they don't, they're in violation of the law.
I just wanted to build on that answer. It was excellent. Just two things that I would add to it is the ADA speaks in terms of your right to participate in the benefits of any government program or service. And that includes decision making. So when the government holds public meetings, that is a program and service within the definition of the ADA. And you have a right to be a part of that because you are, a taxpayer just like everybody else. You should have a voice in how your government services are being provided. You also, I think, hit on a very good point that this is about a functional limitation, and something that's wrong with your immune system can be, sorry for the phone ringing in the background there. Your immune system can be a disability, and a disability isn't something that's defined outside of your day-to-day life. It's about your ability to function in the world. And so a lot of people who may never have thought of themselves as being disabled, just because they had, let's say, a minor case of asthma or a case of diabetes that didn't really interfere with their day-to-day life much at all, or require them to do, anything differently that would have ever made them ask for a reasonable accommodation. These things can suddenly now be risk factors that turn participation in even basic parts of day-to-day life into a disability, because your disability is based on your ability to function in context. So a lot of folks, I think, don't think of themselves as being a person with a disability, but nonetheless are having to navigate a post-COVID outbreak world where all of a sudden they're thinking in new terms. And one of the terms those people should be thinking in terms of is, am I a person with a disability because I can't fend off a COVID infection?
And so to follow up with in regards to open meetings, a couple of questions is if you're a caregiver of someone with a disability and be able to participate in meetings. So in regards to, oftentimes we have disability councils or different type of government groups that focus on disability. In order to have true, authentic stakeholder input, those people who are most affected by disabilities, including the caretaker, cannot travel, let's say from Shreveport or Monroe to a meeting in Baton Rouge in person. Would it be an appropriate ADA accommodation to allow a caretaker of someone with a disability to be able to participate in those meetings virtually?
I guess I'm a little confused by the question. If the caregiver has the disability?
No, the caregiver is a caregiver of a person with a disability, so therefore they cannot, due to the person's the person taken care of's disability, they can't travel or can't be a way to be able to participate in that meeting. And so would that be an ADA accommodation, or does the law not go that far?
So the disabled person needs a caregiver, and the question is, can the caregiver give that care remotely?
No, can the caregiver request ADA accommodations to participate in a meeting virtually? Because they can't leave that person they're caring for that period of time to be able to travel to participate in that meeting in person.
So the caregiver is able-bodied,
right,
taking care of a disabled person, but can't leave the disabled person and wants to take part in.
Right. So usually it's parents of, parents who have kids that are have significant disabilities, and they can't leave for that amount of time.
I gotcha. I don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to look into it. Do you know that, Jonathan or Cindy? That's it. I mean, I know that with respect to, deaf folks, if you're deaf and your child is hearing, you are entitled to a sign language interpreter to communicate with the doctors about your children. But I don't know. What do you think, Jonathan?
So, questions about when you, as a person with a disability, have a right to an interpreter. In general, these are very broad things. So if you are merely curious about something that is happening at a meeting in open court, like if you just are curious what's happening, you don't have to have any particular vested interest in it. If there's any particular open meeting where you're even just amateur hour curious, you should request an interpreter, and that interpreter, they have an obligation to provide you with an interpreter. For any basically, I'm trying to give advice that is as wide as possible without getting too deep into what I'm sure is somebody's very particular and individually motivated concern. In general, if you are having any kind of dealing with the government, whether that's parish, school, county, courthouse, landlord, tenant, anything. If you are dealing with the government, you should be able to request an interpreter and receive one. If you are dealing with any kind of private business, if you would like an interpreter to be there for something, generally you should just ask for one and try to get them to set one up for you so that you can have the benefit of an interpreter while you are at a business. You may not always be able to get an interpreter, but even just asking and making sure that it's on the record triggers their obligation to provide you with a reasonable accommodation. I don't know how well that answered the question or if it built meaningfully on top of Mr. Beiser's answer, but I do think that it is always in your best interest if you have any level of curiosity about anything or any level of desire to know more about what's happening at a meeting or any will whatsoever to participate in the processes of government or decision making, even if it's something as small as a school meeting about a kid or as big as a court case that you are just interested in. You should be able to request an interpreter in order to be able to participate in the workings of government.
And so, Jonathan, the question was the previous question was in regards to a caregiver, usually a parent of a child with a disability that wants to be able to participate in a open meeting, a public meeting. Would it be an ADA, would the ADA extend to the caregiver being able to ask for an accommodation to participate virtually in order to, because they can't leave their person, their child, adult child, whatever it is, alone to be able to attend that meeting?
Okay, so in a situation where you have an adult child and there's a request for a reasonable accommodation because you're trying to care for somebody, you may not yourself have a right to a reasonable accommodation because the right to a reasonable accommodation under the ADA follows an individual's disability. But I do think there is now a giant untested area of law here where if you have a person with a disability, a lot of times for almost all disabilities, that's gonna fall within the COVID risk group, except for things like mental illness. And I think there may be a very good argument that this person has the right to a reasonable accommodation because of the risk that they could pose to the person they're taking care of. So I'm not actually certain, but I think that lack of certainty comes from the lack of case law.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, we actually have some questions in the chat box. So since we were talking about like caregivers, basically parents with children with disabilities, Ms. Kathy Dwyer had a question. What about during COVID? Caregivers can't risk exposure for fear their child might be exposed. Would ADA apply in terms of live streaming?
I think that's really closely related to the last question, that it's in some ways almost the same analysis, where the ADA at law creates rights for people with disabilities or people who are regarded as having disabilities. Now, we've never tested, and at least I'm not aware of a situation where we've tested a situation where somebody says, I am a person with a disability. I fit under the ADA. I have a caregiver, and that person would like to attend a meeting. In order for me to manage my risk Because this is a contagion, that person must also manage their risk. My care worker must also manage their risk in order to accommodate me as a person with a disability. Therefore, I would like for my care worker to be able to participate in that meeting remotely. That analysis really just hasn't come up too much inside of the ADA, because in the past, there were times when people were, of course, immunocompromised, and people did have to take steps around preventing exposure by themselves to pathogens. But the idea that there's now an ambient risk that's posed by any large gathering of people, pretty much anywhere, and that risk is now mortal. Like we said earlier, it changes the context, and the question of what is a disability is driven by your ability to function in context.
Yeah, and just to follow up to Jonathan, I think the answer is we don't know. And sometimes the law, we don't know, because lawyers don't have all the answers. Congress, when they drafted the ADA, thought about a bunch of stuff, had debates on it. Some of that stuff ended up in the law, some of it didn't. When they updated the law in 2010, sometimes they updated with certain stuff that was important. Sometimes other stuff didn't get in. So, I wish I could say, yes, you have that right, it's protected. Or I wish I could say, no, that's not there because this happened and we found out. Sometimes the law is ambiguous. I would argue that the answer is no, but it depends but I'm thinking as a lawyer where you got to file a lawsuit and then they're going to file something that says the ADA, it's not in the plain text of the ADA, and therefore we can't read into it. And then a judge has to decide it, and it takes months. And so who knows? Not a good answer, but that's the answer.
Well, thank you so much. We actually have a few questions regarding like open meetings, because this whole topic of like live streaming and being able to participate in meetings during the pandemic has become a really popular topic. So another question in the chat box is regarding open meeting laws in Louisiana. The laws that require in-person participation have been relaxed due to the overwhelming concerns of COVID. We have seen technologies like Zoom enable attendees of a given meeting to fully participate. Assuming that the laws requiring in-person participation be reinstated, if a request to participate in a meeting remotely is denied under state law, is this a violation of the ADA given the technologies like Zoom enabling reasonable access for individuals with disabilities to participate in public meetings?
Yeah, I would just say it's similar to the Alexandria case that I talked about. So if the person has a disability and they want to attend this meeting via Zoom, then I would argue that they have the right to do so because of their disability. If Andrew Beiser, a person without a disability, wants to attend a meeting via Zoom, let's say there's a New Orleans City Council meeting that they don't have it set up for Zoom or what have you, I don't have a right to sue. I'm not a person with a disability. I don't have a compromised anything that I'm aware of, at least. So no, not through the ADA would you have a cause of action. But if you have a disability and you feel like your disability would be impacted, whether it would be exacerbated or whether it would open you up to COVID or any other type of disease, then yeah, you definitely have a right to ask for a reasonable accommodation, and they should grant it. And if they don't, unfortunately, that's what the courts are for, to enforce the law and make local municipalities comply with federal civil rights law. But if you don't have a disability, you can't take advantage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's that simple.
So I agree with everything he just said, that having a disability is, really the first step to the ADA applying, and any application of the ADA for a person who does not have a disability is going to be a real reach. And it's going to depend on people treating you like you're a person with a disability. And that's going to be complicated territory that you're going to have to call an attorney about. But I think one thing this question is kind of hinting at is something that we haven't really talked about yet. We talked about the way a definition of a person with a disability changes during the pandemic, and that people who hadn't previously considered themselves disabled may now fall under this definition. But that's not the only part of our context that's changing. There's new context of improving technology and remote connection, which didn't used to, like if you'd said you wanted to participate in a meeting remotely in 2002, you probably would have gotten laughed at for most applications of the Americans with Disabilities Act. But now that the technology is widely available and a standard feature on almost every laptop, the question of what's reasonable to request as an accommodation has been changing a lot and quickly. And reasonableness is based on, the severity of the risk to you, the cost of implementing a solution. If it's as easy as setting up a laptop so you can just speak through a laptop at a meeting, it's going to be real hard for a city council or other open meeting to shut you down and say no. But again, like we were saying, unless you, a person with a disability, are bringing a lawsuit about your own rights as a person with a disability, it's not really going to fall under the ADA. And I think because of the amount of popular concern about this and the number of people who are sort of suddenly afraid, not for themselves and their rights, but for the way that they're going to impact their families and loved ones, it may be the case that it makes more sense to try to pass new laws and to move the needle forward in terms of what counts as a civil right. How do we treat people with disabilities in this society, and what is fair? That those things might be best addressed through new legislation, saying things like open meetings should now have a Zoom component where anybody who's from the impacted community in Louisiana should be able to, at a minimum, join and hear by Zoom and be able to submit questions. That seems like a reasonable accommodation to me. But in order to expand it from the current thinking of reasonable accommodations only apply to people with disabilities to this new idea that we need to protect people with disabilities by containing social interactions, that might simply require new law, or at least big reinterpretations of the ADA in big test cases. And whenever you do big new cases and big tests, you get uneven results. Some circuits will probably say, yeah, you have a right to a reasonable accommodation to protect your family member with a disability, or your family member with a disability has a right to protect themselves by you participating remotely in something. That could be how things shake out in the Ninth Circuit. I doubt as a practical matter that it would be how things shake out in the Fifth Circuit where we live, which tends to be very conservative and focused strictly on the language of the statute. So when progress is uneven like that, that's when it calls for new federal laws and new decision making.
And Jonathan, just one last thing in regards to that, what you said, new laws to be made or to be enacted. We are looking at the very issue even prior to COVID, as I made the case about caregivers wanting to participate and be a voice at these meetings, looking at changing state laws to allow that participation. So I think that might be, I'm not an attorney, but I think that might be an avenue to be able to change in Louisiana. I think COVID actually will be able to help move that forward, because we see that we can do it. And so hopefully we can get some legislation done while Governor Edwards is still in office, so very soon. Okay, Kiara, if you want to go into another topic, I know we talked about open meetings quite a bit, but there's some other topics I know.
Yeah, sure. Sharon asked a question regarding caregivers of adults with intellectual disabilities not being able to speak or make medical decisions for themselves. If they're hospitalized during this COVID period, do they have the right to have a caregiver with them who is legally allowed to make decisions for them?
So this is kind of a complicated question because it's phrased in terms of, do you have a right to have a caregiver with you? And physical presence inside of a hospital, especially one responding to an emergency or where the risk of contagion is extremely high, you probably do not have the same right to have a care worker or friend in the room with you that you might have had under different circumstances. So one of the ways that the pandemic can shape what's reasonable under the circumstances is by changing what is and is not dangerous behavior. And one of the things that is very important in a hospital setting is maintaining control over the risk of contamination. And if you simply have someone who's in a sick room with somebody who you know to be infected, that person who is infected is generally not able to leave their room, sometimes not even able to leave their bed. But having a person who is in there with them, who is traveling into and out of that room multiple times per day, touching objects, leaving to get food and interacting with other people, that can be the kind of thing where somebody is could reasonably apprehend that there is some danger. So if you need to be physically present, it's going to be important that you speak with the hospital in advance. And if you're concerned that they're not adequately accommodating your need to be with somebody about whom you're making decisions, then it would be a good time to talk to Mr. Beiser or myself about what your rights are under those circumstances. But as far as like the blanket question of, do I have a right to have someone in the room with me if you're suffering from COVID or in a hospital environment during the COVID emergency? The answer to that might be different than it used to be, and it might be a lot more delicate than it used to be.
I had a case recently that it just settled, which was kind of a bummer for me because it was sort of a meaty legal question that I would like to sort of find answers to. Like I said before, sometimes the answers don't exist until a judge rules on his or her interpretation of the law. So I had a deaf woman who had an emergency C-section. She had a sign language interpreter right at her side, and the doctor said, look, we're going into an operating room. You can only have one person in the operating room with you. You can choose the sign language interpreter, or you can choose the father of your child. What's it going to be? Which is a horrible thing to do, right? And, this is pre-COVID. So, she chose the father of her child to join her in the operating room and had a very stressful birth of her child because she couldn't communicate. The father of her child was only a finger speller. So it was just a nightmare. So we filed suit and they eventually settled the case. But, I was looking forward to that fight because, the hospital's position is, look, we're in charge of the operating room and making sure that there's less breathing bodies spewing out possibly infectious, stuff. And my argument would have been one more person wouldn't have hurt you. You could have gotten a bigger operating room. There's PPP that they could have worn, the whole thing. But again, this is another example of this. Sometimes there aren't really good answers. And that, I can tell you that juries and judges want to give as much deference to medical providers as possible, especially now. So yeah, that's a tough fight. If you're a caregiver to a person with disabilities, mental disabilities or otherwise, to get you in the room, it's uncharted territory. There's no real good answers to any of this stuff. So.
In that case that you just spoke about, were there no options for like having the interpreter on a screen, like on an iPad or something to
Great
be able
question. Yeah, no, they didn't offer a VRI. VRI, for those of you who don't know, is just like a laptop or an iPad where you can sort of Zoom with the interpreter. So that was sort of our safety net, so to speak, in that case, was that if they felt like they could defeat us on the argument of another person, our safety net was, yeah, but you didn't even offer her the VRI. So for a yes, for a deaf person, having a VRI would have been more helpful than nothing. But when you're giving birth, you would like to have a live person there because the cameras and the operations, nobody wants to be having all of that over the internet to some other person. But the point being, yes, they could have offered the VRI and they did not. And I guess similarly, if a caregiver wanted to be FaceTiming with the doctor, that would be a reasonable accommodation request. If you say, I have a mental disability and I need someone to help on my behalf, that's the whole thing I was talking about at the beginning, right? Is they have this affirmative duty to accommodate, and they have an affirmative duty to just get into a dialogue with you. And if they say, well, yeah, but we got this, you could Skype with the doctor and that way you're not in the room and no one's getting hurt. And then you say, well, that's not terrible. That's not ideal, but COVID's not ideal, right? And we all got to figure out a way to handle it. So.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I just wanted to piggyback off of, because it was a really great point, is sometimes the only thing that can defeat a request for one reasonable accommodation is a different reasonable accommodation. And the way the question teed it up as, do I have the right to be in the room? Now, the answer to do I have the right to be in the room might be no, if they can set up a situation where you can have telepresence. And there's going to be a lot of different questions about, is that adequate under the circumstances? And for things like childbirth or last goodbyes, there can be an emotional weight to the moment that requires or is maybe best served by physical presence in the room that wouldn't be the same if it were through a laptop or through VRI or just over the phone. And so there's going to be a lot of questions about when can you do telepresence, when can you be in the room, but in general, you have the right to, if you've given somebody your durable medical power of attorney and you're out, you do have the ability, or you should have the ability at least to talk with that person and to help that person make decisions about you, to make sure that your wishes are clearly understood and that your consent to any medical procedure is authentic. But adding on to that, other questions about the emotional weight of particular moments that may be unfolding in a hospital is also going to have an impact on this analysis. And there can be a complicated relationship between your idea of what a good reasonable accommodation is and what a hospital's idea of a good reasonable accommodation is. And I see a lot of tendency and push for the hospital to treat the maximum risk-averse thing as the only my way or the highway reasonable accommodation sometimes. So if you have a question about what's going on with, whether you should be allowed to be physically present somewhere, I think you're in good company, and those questions are very sensitive to the facts, and you might want to talk to an attorney about them if you feel very, very strongly. And that would be Mr. Beiser in my office.
Thank y'all so much. We have about 6 more minutes. This question was posed, and I think it's a really good one. And it's also something that I've been researching this summer as I've been working with the governor's office. So most individuals who raise concerns cannot afford attorneys to file challenges or complaints under the ADA. Do you know how states, local entities can establish departments to enforce or help with compliance of the provisions of the ADA that do not require the adjudication of the courts?
Sure.
You first.
Yeah, sure. First of all, just so you know, I know that we don't charge anyone a fee out of pocket. If we're successful, we get paid by the property owner that is doing the discrimination. And if we lose, then we lose and we don't charge the client. We just sort of eat it because we think that we do a good job of screening our cases and we only take the winners. And I know that that Jonathan's, he can speak for his group about how, you know, they assist folks for free. But, you know, it's tough. It is. If it's a strictly, there ain't no ramp at this restaurant, I assume they can reach out to Cindy, correct, Cindy? Is that right? Right. Or they can contact the Department of Justice. You know, we can, you know, make whatever assumptions we want to make about the Department of Justice's current priorities and whether they really want to help disabled folks these days. But those are two avenues that you can take, reaching out to the Department of Justice, reaching out to Cindy, or just reaching out to you know, the Advocacy Center, or any other types of centers that do advocacy for the disabled.
So,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Disability Rights Louisiana, which used to be called the Advocacy Center, now Disability Rights Louisiana.
Sorry about that.
No worries at all. I still trip myself up with it almost constantly. We are federally funded. So we are your tax dollars at work. And we represent clients on very similar terms. We never charge a client a penny for any of the work that we do. We take cases that are civil rights cases, and so they qualify for attorney's fees under the civil rights statute. So we're, you know, we're basically on the same model there. Because we receive federal money, can sometimes take cases that are more on principle or less certain, that relate to the rights of people with disabilities, because we are subsidized by the government and granted with certain federal powers that come with that. Now, the question also asked kind of a subpart of, I'm a person with a disability, I don't have the resources to challenge something, and maybe his office and my office don't agree to represent or don't have the resources to represent, because, you know, our office does work statewide, and we have to, even with federal funding, we have to pick our battles very carefully, because we have very few attorneys relative to the number of problems in the state. Now, one thing that the city of New Orleans recently did was they started a Human Rights Commission for the city of New Orleans that hears complaints and does an investigation and adjudication of them. I understand they have a filing fee. I haven't personally worked through their process yet. And my understanding is that it is geared towards people who are not attorneys. Now, if you don't live in New Orleans, one thing that you might consider is whether or not that legislation is a good model for something that you would like your city and your community to consider on their own. I will say that also, you don't need necessarily to be an attorney to get results. Sometimes, especially with city governments or local governmental agencies or entities like a school board, a lot of times those governmental officials are sensitive to things like political pressure or articles appearing in the newspaper, or even just, you know, tough questions being asked of them at campaign events. And so there are ways of, especially where something is not a business but is a public entity, that's where your voice is at its strongest, and your ability to use media to push the government or use questions to push the government, where that can really start to matter. Also, sometimes just going to social media and making clear what happened to you and, you know, what you think needs to be done to make things right. Because I think you're correct that not everything can be a lawsuit, that, you know, there just aren't enough attorneys practicing in this area to turn every violation of a person's rights into a successful lawsuit. So sometimes you do have to use those other tools, but we do, my office will always encourage you to try to talk with an attorney first before you start making a bunch of public statements on social media. Because if you are familiar with any of the police shows, it's not just police shows. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law for pretty much anything. So if you make a public statement cussing somebody out or giving a version of things that doesn't turn out to be quite accurate, that can really complicate a legal case later. So if it's something where you think you might want to bring a legal case, it's probably best to talk with a lawyer before you take those public avenues that we were just talking about. But I saw Cindy raising her hand.
Very briefly, I'd like to add to that, what we typically advise people to do is first to go to the owner or the tenant with your issue. Secondly, call the Office of State Fire Marshal and let us know what the problem is. If it was a problem that existed prior to 1995, we're going to give you information about how to contact the Department of Justice. And the last thing that I might suggest is for you to call your congressman. We receive phone calls from the senators, congressmen weekly that have to do with a constituent's issues with accessibility. And we do look into them. A phone call is returned, an email is sent. Most of the time, an inspector is sent out to cite a violation and a plan of correction is required.
Alrighty, thank y'all so much. Each of you have provided such great information, especially for me, just because I'm going into this area upon graduating from law school. But again, thank you all so much. Bambi, do you have any final words?
Yes, I just want to thank you guys again, and Andy and Jonathan and Cindy, for giving us such great information. We appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who has participated today. It was a great session, our first virtual conference. A lot of participation. I think things went really well, went pretty smooth, a few hitches. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 8:30. Our first session is at 8:30 with higher education. We're gonna have people speaking about supported decision-making, which is a new law that's passed in Louisiana, vocational rehabilitation services, housing, transportation, and voting. So tomorrow's gonna be jam-packed with information. We'll follow the same process with Zoom and YouTube, and appreciate everyone's help and participation. So y'all have a good evening, and see y'all back here tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia and Landon.
Thank y'all for having us.
Great job,
You're
y'all.
welcome.
Great
Thank you for
job.
having us.
Thanks, Jamal.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.